none other than the Director at the Public Service Commission, Simon Washinga. Thank you very much, and thank you for making time.
Thank you.
Whenever we talk about values and principles, we get them mixed up because the integrity question has been something that has been very elusive, especially, in matters of governance. Break down for us, when you talk about values and principles, what are we talking about?
When we talk about the values and principles, let me start with the basic understanding of what values entail and what principles entail. I think if we were to start from there, maybe it would be easy for us to understand what are we talking about. The values are just ideas or beliefs that an organization or a people can constitute to guide them on what is good, what is bad, what is desirable, what is not desirable. And in the process, you find that it enables such people to overcome issues to do with ethical dilemmas. When I behave this way, am I within the belief system that is good or bad? Mm-hmm. If we understand it from that perspective, then values, which even starts from the family setup, the religious organization, it also permeates into the governance.
Into governance.
And that's where, if you look at the values of the national public, the national values and principles of governance under Article 10, that is what Wajiko bequeathed themselves. That as Kenyans, now as a society, we need to be governed within this kind of a belief system where there is non-discrimination, people don't feel excluded, that is, there is inclusivity in governance. For example, when it comes to issues to do with what? Distribution of resources. Do you just take it to one particular region just because some section of the society produce the leaders, or not only the leaders, or some certain public officers come from there? Mm-hmm. You see, such are the issues that if you are to use the value system, then it helps you to guide yourselves in making the decision.
The decisions
as a public servant.
Those parameters.
Yes, within that parameter.
Now, where are we, in as far as compliance is concerned then?
In terms of compliance, you see, the Constitution was promulgated in 2010. And from then, we have had a series of reports that we have filed to Parliament and to the President, as dictated by the law in accordance with Article 234 of the Constitution, which is one of the mandate of the Commission, that every year, by that 1st of December, we are supposed, as a commission, now the commission is supposed to have done the monitoring, done the evaluation, and then consequently report on the extent to which those values have been mainstreamed in the public service. Here I mean the institutions under the purview of the Commission in terms of administration of those values and principles. And I want to say that we are at 41.7%. That's basically 42%.
42%.
Because the question in the Constitution is, to what extent? So you must demonstrate a certain age. Mm-hmm. you must demonstrate how far you have gone. I remember when we were starting, we started with the first asking ourselves, where are we as a country? The baseline. Then we moved to the computation of the indices, because with an index, it can tell you how far you are going. It's just like when you are in a vehicle.
Yes.
There's a speedometer. How far are you? How fast are you moving? 80%, 80 kilometers per hour, 120 kilometers per hour, and you are able to say, oh, now I need to slow down. But with the values, there is no slowing down. It should be 100%. But progressively, we have seen some gains as institutions continue to mainstream the values and principles of public service, under Article 232 and Article 10. I just want to demonstrate here, Regina, that Article 10, the principles under Article 10 and Article 232, they should be read on back to back. What has essentially happened is that though the Article 10 bites all the Kenyans, all the state organs, the two levels of government, that is the county and the national government, as a public service, we are supposed to demonstrate that one under Article 232. And whatever is under Article 232 is traceable in Article 10. So there is no difference according
between
to
10
us.
and
Yes,
34.
when a public officer is in office, so that you can imbue the confidence in that office, you can deliver services and services that have quality, because we have to be answerable to Mwananchi.
To Mwananchi.
Yes.
Now you've touched actually a sore spot, and this is where we bring our public officers to book.
Yes.
And the conversation and discourse, especially in the public fora, is that when it comes to leadership and governance, both national government, county government and such, they have questions to answer. Here we're doing a percent of 42% in terms of mainstreaming these core values and principles. But then the question of graft keeps on coming up. From where you sit and giving this scope of this particular report that we're expecting on Friday, counting the cost when it comes to graft in regard to, having our leaders, or rather governance led by, morals and value. Corruption issue. How do we tackle that?
Let me admit that to tackle the issues of morality, because without observing the values and principles, that is the doctrine of the rule of action, then if we miss that, we go astray. And that's why I started by saying you have a dilemma between what is good and what is bad, what is desirable and what is not desirable. If you work outside the values and principles of the public service as a public officer, then we say you have missed it. You are not compliant. And therefore, the other attendant registrations, they will take offer from there, and you'll be processed as according to the law. Like, for instance, let me demonstrate it this way. Once a public officer comes to the service, whether you are in a TVET institution, a public university, in an independent office or commission that is under the purview of the commission, a ministry, department, or even an independent commission like Public Service Commission, where I come from, you are supposed to declare you are supposed to declare your financial status. That is what we call the wealth declaration.
Yes, well.
What we call initial declaration, so that from the onset we know what you have, what you have accumulated before you come into the service. Now, as you go by, it will be demanded of you to declare after every 2 years. That is what we call biannual declaration. So that progressively you can be tracked. How have you progressed to accumulate your wealth? What is your financial probity? At the end of the day, you can tell an officer who came in, say, like 2020, when he had accumulated only 1,000 shillings, which was given by the mother or the father, when he was coming to report, now has accumulated this amount because they are also earning.
Yes, true.
And they are not prohibited from doing business.
It's true.
So, but it should be traceable that this is the business that the officer is in, and this is the amount that he has accumulated in terms of asset. And these are the liabilities. If ever he borrowed loan, maybe from a circle, from a bank, it should be traceable.
It will be traceable.
At the end of the officer in the service, how long he will stay in the office, say, even if you are on contract, like if you join the service today and you came on contract, you are expected to do what we call exit or final wealth declaration. So we should be able to tell how much had you accumulated between that time.
The period that
now,
was in service.
In the event there is a misadventure, then the EACC comes in, and another jurisdiction like DCI and the KRA and ARI, that is Asset Recovery Agency, and you should be able to demonstrate this is the much I have. I did not do some illegal facilitation of procurement. You see, I did not receive bribes. I did not do any other thing that is in contravention of the law. So the principal thing is uphold the values and principles.
Uphold.
Yes,
so
uphold the values and principles.
A willingness.
Yes.
And that is where I think we are having...
It is both the willingness and it is enforceable.
Willingness
the law is there.
And enforcement of it.
Yes.
Now, let me also touch on another thorny issue, and this is a position of the Cabinet Administration CSS. Given the last regime there, and quoting heavily at Article 132.4a, that this creation of this position of CSS was done in consultation with the Public Service Commission. We had a list that was given to the executive that had 23 names, but now we have 50 CSS. What is your take in regard to that matter?
Let's first of all agree that the Commission has the mandate to facilitate the presidency, to do the recruitment according to the law. Whatever is under the purview of the Commission, it will do.
Yes.
And I believe that in terms of the numbers, if it is increased or decreased, that one is also dependent upon the consultation that happens with the Commission and the what? And the presidency. So I may not have so much details to talk about beside that.
Yeah. But would you be in the know to know that since we're talking about these particular positions which are under the purview of the Commission, they were never there, but it's after this particular conversation in the last regime that we had the introduction of these particular positions. Now we already have 50 working regardless of what is happening within the judiciary, the court cases and such. But the question is the Commission in talks with SRC in regard to the pay of these particular CSs?
I may not be privy to the talk between the SRC and the PSC. But one thing that we have to admit is that any office or even a ministry, whenever it requires to boost its capacity to deliver, then the Commission, being the mandated Commission, should be able to facilitate. That's the extent I can go.
That's the extent you can go.
Yeah.
But then also, lastly, it seems that it is quite a grey area, so to speak. Then maybe you'd help us unpack and understand then what informed, the commission to actually, advise the executive that we needed these positions in the first place.
I read it the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Is the executive that requests? If you read the constitution and the law,
mm-hmm.
is not the commission that advises that there should be.
The advice that you gave,
Yes.
how did you, they would request, but the PSC is there to give also advice in regard to a request. What informed that? Because we are looking at the wage bill, we are looking at inclusivity, we are looking at fairness, we are looking at all that. And now here we are, we have a position that has been argued is a replica of other positions or other mandates. We have a PS, we have a CS and such. It looks repetitive. So what would have informed that, or rather supported that particular decision?
Before I go ahead, and then allow me to observe this.
Yes.
Whenever a position is established, the commission has the power to establish and abolish a position. What happens is that the driving principle is there any work to be performed? How different is it from the other job that is held by another position? Those are the questions that comes to the table. And I believe the commission must have advised itself through that. So it's not just whimsical that the commission just created positions just because the executive sought for them. No, it is what work is there to be performed. How different is it from the other job? So if you do the job analysis and you look at the various job descriptions that have been enumerated there and the person specifications, that is the qualifications of the persons to do that, then you are able to establish a position. In as much as possible, there are some certain principles that guide the establishment of positions, like there's no duplication of roles. Then the value addition. What value is a position adding? It's not just a question of saying, just create because the president has asked, the ministry has asked. No, it is what role is and the purpose of this job.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now let's go back to what we're expecting, the handover of the report that is going to be happening on Friday. In as far as we're doing 42% in mainstreaming these values and principles, what are the recommendations for the Commission to at least move it to 60, if not 100? Because at the end of the day, governance and leadership should be, happening within the scope guided by the principles that are also entrenched in the laws of the land, especially the Constitution.
Thank you for that. In fact, to me, we should not be looking for 60%. Because we are supposed to behave. When you observe the values and principles, you are being guided in terms of the mode of behavior. For example, if it comes to the issue of tenders that are advanced to the people with a disability, the women and the youth, there's always the 30% according to the policy. That touches on the principle of economic use of resources. There is the issue of inclusivity. If you look at the people with disability, the women, the youth, in terms of participation. Now, the question is, if a ministry or an institution, a public university like the Nairobi University, which is just next door here, is expected to set aside 30% of their tender to benefit the category of the people with disability, the women and the youth, and they are not doing it, or if they are doing it at the minimal level. Yet there are some certain areas where they have been guided that in this one, subjected to these people. There should be no competition with these other ordinary people. Now, if you go against that, you do it below 100%, you are not complying. That's how I observe it. You are not complying. In fact, we should be looking at 100% compliance, if I'm to use that kind of an example.
Okay.
If it comes to the issue of what? Recruitment, which is a own issue. And the Constitution demands that no gender should be beyond 2/3 representation in any institution, including the KBC here.
But is it the reality?
And now, the reality is what now we monitor and we document. We do the monitoring and evaluation, and we do the reporting.
And after the report,
yes.
What's next?
After the report, we do the recommendations to those institutions so that they are able to address. Because if you look at the 42% performance, what has occasioned that? That's what we should be asking ourselves. There is a performance gap.
There's a performance
There is a performance gap.
And we take a breather at that point.
Yes.
Then we were going to tackle how then do we bridge the gap? How do we narrow the gap?
Yes.
We take a quick breather. We'll be right back. Do not go away.
The Mozart Bait Cup enters the round of 16 on the 1st and 2nd of April 2023. 11 top-tier teams, 3 National Super League sides, and 2 from FKF Division 1 side meet in the Clash of Titans. 2009 KPL champions Sofapaka will square it out with Darajani Gogo of Kibera from 1 p.m. on Saturday, the 1st of April 2023, before Kenya Police lock horns with Ulinzi Stars in an all-forces derby at 3 p.m. at the Kenyatta Stadium in Machakos. On Sunday, the 2nd of April 2023, Kariobangi Sharks will be up against Equity from 1 p.m. as they pave way for the clash between Premier League sides KCB and Bidco United at 3 p.m. at the Kasarani Annex. Catch all the actions live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1. Who will be the 2023 undisputed champion of the Mozart Bait Cup and get the golden chance of representing Kenya in the CAF Confederation Cup tournament? KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Tulia. Mbona hukuniambia?
Farah.
Mam, mbona hukuniambia?
Mimi ukinisaidia vile unataka, mimi nitakujenga.
There are rumors that you have another family.
Well, this is my family and I think it's one.
Senior Sergeant Farah, you're in charge of the team.
Wacha nipelekwe tour na my daughter. Lakini si hizi nyumba tu zinakaa tu za ushago. Kwanza hata mabati hizi si ni ushago.
Niko safe ama unataka kusettle all scores?
Akili, malipo ni hapa duniani.
Sawa na wewe msoro, busybody. Na kwako kuna chomeka pole pole. Mosmos.
I can see why she likes you.
You are too smart to be a house help.
But too broke to finish school.
Mwanaume mzima umpatie 50 by 100. Hiyo haiwezekani. Jabali anakuja huku over my dead body.
Dada amenipatia nini?
A whole house.
Nyumba peke yake.
Niko serve nini?
Niletee chai na mkate na tumayai. Na mayai zenyewe upike macho.
Good morning. You're still watching Good Morning Kenya. I'm Regina Manyara. This morning we're talking about values and principles within the public service. And it indicates that when it comes to compliance, we're doing 42%. So how do we bridge the performance gap? Taking us through that conversation is none other than the Director of the Public Service Commission, that is Simon Washinga. How do we bridge that gap?
How do we bridge that gap? That is question in the room. One, when we, like for example, the report that is about to be launched on Friday, that is tomorrow, after evaluating the 477 institutions, we were able to establish some gaps, performance gaps. Like, well, for example, some of the institutions have not migrated their services to online platforms or even to Huduma platform, whereby if I can remember the question that you posed about the corruption, if we migrated some of the appropriate services to online platforms, then we reduce human contact. We also facilitate wananchi with the services from their homes. Like for example, the renewal of their driving licenses and all that, which has happened. Mm-hmm. So we need, in such other services, we need to do exactly the same so that we reduce a lot of inefficiencies that go with that. Like when mwananchi travels all the way, spends money for lodging, transport, just to come and queue. And if you go to this report, one thing that we were able to isolate after conducting a rapid citizen satisfaction survey within the same evaluation, one of the things that we were accused of is the unresponsiveness and the delay in service delivery. So if we can migrate most of these services as appropriate on online platform, then we are able to be a bit efficient and effective. And some of the recommendations attendant to that is that we digitize most of the public services so that we are not only efficient but effective, and we are responsive to mwananchi. The other issue that we have also come across is about the non-accountability. We are seeking for the parliament to legislate that every institution will be publishing and publicizing, not just drafting, but even to publicize their reports, their annual reports. And that way we are able to become a bit transparent, we become more accountable, and we are able to be in touch with mwananchi. The other aspect that in this report, what we are proposing is that we need to adopt the performance management regulations that were promulgated in 2021 by Parliament. And if you look at the regulations, they provide the framework of performance management, right from coming up with strategic plans as institutions, cascading the same through the work planning, up to target setting for individual officers, so that we are accountable in every way, in every aspect. And through the administrative acts that we take, then we demonstrate to the mwananchi that we are responsible.
Okay. Digitization, yes, I agree to that, especially in public offices. I think services have become easier to access, especially online with the uptake, mobile, smartphone actually, penetration and use. That's a good move. But now the issue of accountability, legislating, that would be something, and I'd want, maybe you're working on, I don't know the timelines that you're working on this one, because that would require also the willingness of the National Assembly to actually put this into law, given that they also will be required to put their works into publish and also publicize? Accountability is also something that the leadership is struggling with. How do you see pushing? How will you push this?
I believe the Parliament, when the Commission was given the mandate to be doing the monitoring, evaluation, and reporting to Parliament on the extent to which these values and principles have been implemented in the service, that is by the public service institutions and even the public officers, we were demanded to be taking the report to none other than the representative of Wanjiku.
Okay.
That is the Parliament and the President. And as you are aware, the President always gives a what? An accountability undertaking every year on the extent of implementing the national values and principles of governance. And what we find is that the Parliament will be supportive. I am persuaded. It will be supportive because they are our client for this report. And they are also accountable to Mwananchi. And anything to do with accountability and transparency, I think it should form the core of their drive to report to Parliament and do their registration and passing of bills and appropriation of budgets.
True.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about what is happening today in this country. What is your take on a public servant participating in the demos?
In terms of, if you look at the Public Service Code of Conduct and Ethics, 2016, we are supposed, and even the Article 232 of the Constitution that demands that we uphold professionalism and ethics in performance of our duties, then we cannot afford to be on the side of the Mwananchi when they are demonstrating. We should actually be struggling to deliver the services. We should be on the other side of the realm to support the service delivery. Because if we go to, ask yourself, if we go to the road, who is going to deliver the services? Essentially, nobody. And yet, there is a whole chapter 13, that is Article 232, that demands of us that deliver these services. Let the values and principles be at the core of the national development, so that the Mwananchi gets what? The services. And these services include the social justice, including the good food, adequate food and water and all that. So the service, the public service being at the core of driving the development of the nation. In fact, we have nobody to demonstrate to. So we should remain apolitical, that is one, remain professional to drive the agenda of the country and the government, which is to develop and provide effective and efficient services to the Mwananchi.
There you go, none other than the Director of the Public Service Commission, Simon Washinga, there, in regard to where we are in as far as adoption of values and principles across the public service, as well as what is happening, or rather what has been happening for the last 3 weeks, and we expect it to happen today. And this is in regard to the opposition-led demonstrations there, challenging any public officer to adhere to the code of conduct of public service, and that is to remain apolitical. I'm Regina Manyara, you're watching KBC Channel 1. I wish you a pleasant viewing.
My friend, I know that's all it takes to enough, but you're always on my mind.
Kiswahili kitukuzwe.
Hapa tupo ni malisho, tumelishwa na sisi tupo tayari kulishana nao.
Sisi leo tumefika, tunaomba tusikizwe. Tozi ya tudondoka, tunataka tusikizwe.
Wanasema kwamba ukishindwa kuwaelewa, basi jua kwamba umewaelewa kwamba hawaeleweki.
Shirika la reli la Rwanda lilishirikiana na shirika la reli nchini.
Makofi kwake jamani.
Ninakiri yale uyatendayo, hakika wewe ni mwema.
Kiswahili kitukuzwe.
Wewe niachilie bwana. Enka nitokea bwana.
Akiiba anapatia wewe, unaweka kama mtoto, inaanza kunyonyesha na kumbe unanyonyesha chuma.
Sasa hii mahakama pia ni mwizi. Hata wewe yona thief.
Hebu toka uende.
Toka uende.
Na jamaa lipita toka pita na taa. Mira yangu moja ni 1350.
Sawa sawa. So
hiyo ni kama kununua gari kutoka Japan.
Let us use common sense.
Unaelewa hapa ni wapi?
Naelewa mheshimiwa. Na ndio kitu tunajaribu kukuelewesha, but you don't understand.
Welcome back, welcome back. My name is Stephanie Ayeta and I am here for Entertainment Thursday, and we have our first guest already with us here. This is Oliver Music.
Yes.
We have hosted you too many times. Maramo, wewe ni now a regular artist in our studios officially. Okay. Tuambie about nimeona ngoma mpya umedrop. Yaani una drop song after song after song. Hii Nairobi na kutreat vizuri.
Hata nikiingia hivi kuna mtu ananiuliza, kwa nini Nairobi na
hii Nairobi na kupeleka vizuri.
Wasa poa. Mimi hata tunatoa ngoma na tumefungiwa nyumba.
Lakini bado injili lazima isonge.
Isonge by force.
Okay. Hebu niambie about song. Inaitwa Praise.
Praise You.
Praise You, yes.
Yeah. Praise You ni song, naweza sema ni song iko na lot imekarin, na mostly mimi nilikuwa naifanya tu like mimi na need to praise God, na nilikuwa na address sana sisi mavijana wenye tuko kwa gospel, waimbaji na dancers mostly. Because vitu tunadu sometimes tunasahau purpose. Hiyo ndo maana ya Praise You, because mostly ukisikiza hapo nasema dance as you praise, sing as you praise. Because sisi najua mimi nilikuwa dancer, najua reason nilisema hivyo kwa sababu unaweza jipata una dance sana mpaka unasahau purpose yako kudance.
Okay.
Ndio unajinais ama unaimba sana mpaka unasahau. Sasa that's why unapata ngamse ana cross.
Anapotea.
Yeah.
So message yako kwao ni basically wakumbuke nini
purpose yao kwanza.
Oh, okay. So unaweza sema justi kuna wase wengi wametoka wakatoka kwa gospel industry, what do you say? Afu pia huku nje kuna dramas mingi wako nazo.
Sasa hapo kwa drama siwezi dangaje, sijui but unajua sasa hiyo ndo maana pia nilikuwa naimba hivyo, because mostly ukisahau purpose ndio itafanya usareo kitu. Hata saa hizi mimi nikikuja hapa nijisahau nimekuja interview nianze kufanya vitu zingine, nikushua nitatoka hapa juu nitatolewa hata by force, unaona. Alafu nikitoka hapa ndo nitaanza kublame wase nini, kumbe ni mimi nilisahau purpose yangu. So naweza sema tu wase wakistick kwa purpose yao kila kitu. Kuna wase wamestick. No. Nduka chama na mistake na hatuna mambo mengi.
Chama ni mimi ndo sishikani chama. Na una story.
Hatuna story. Tunaona kila kitu iko sawa. Hatuna complaints, but unapata sasa ukifika hapo unataka kuinteract na wase wengine, maybe hata si kuinteract si mbaya. Unataka kufanya vitu kama mse mwingine, ama unaona mse mwingine ako juu yako, pia unataka kucopy paste. Na unajua ukicopy paste hauwezi ku original.
Okay. So unazambiaje? Okay, you personally, how do you ensure that you do not take the glory? Kama unasema ini ya God, nafanya God, sindio? So how do you ensure you don't take the glory, especially when you umekuwa ukirise, over the time?
Mimi naweza sema tu ni respect space ya God. Juu pia the moment mimi na come true naanza kutrust in God, ama kuanza kumworship, nisitoke kwa lane yake, ni kuensure tu na follow vitu zenye God anataka na vitu, yani kukaa tu kwa lane yake. So pia inanisaidia that. Alafu pia inafaa tu nijue word, unacheki. Inafaa tu nijue word, juu nikijua word nitajua nikifanya hii kitu sifai kufanya kitu kingine. Nikifanya hii nafaa nijue tu ni God na sifu. As long as pia mimi nitakuja hapa nataka nionekane kwa wase, but nijue kuonekana yangu siko tu kuonekana. Iko ni purpose mahali.
God aonekane.
At least mse mmoja huko mtaani ataku-encourage na juu God wako amesaidia umse.
Okay. It's very impressive how you are a young person and uko na hiyo zeal, yani ya kupeleka injili mbele, you know.
Passion.
Your passion. Ni nini inakudrive? Okay, umeshasema it's the purpose ya God kwa life yako. So when did you realize this? Na nakumbuka journey yako, nakumbuka kuna time by the way, Oliver from the previous interviews, ulikuwa form 2 kama unaacha shule.
Kasare man.
Unakuja Nairobi kuimba.
Nairobi sasa kuimba. Hata nilikuwa nakuja hata sijui purpose ya kuimba. Nilikuwa nataka tu because pia wengine
wanaimba. So ulikama ukadiscover the purpose. So for you ni nini yondo ilikushika, yani ukajua this is what I'm called for?
Naweza sema pia the kind of people, kitu ya kwanza wase wamenizingira, because unajua mimi nikianza music nilikuwa tu na do, but sikuwa na exposure kupatana na wase. But kuna wase kuanzia last year nilianza kuinteract na wao, like nika feel hata despite me kuimba naimba, kuna vitu na miss. na hii kitu na miss ni kushika word ya God. Juu unaweza pata unaimba but hujui unaimba tu God, as long as unajua God alitembea juu ya maji, hiyo ni fact. But sasa unapata hujui hata God ni nani, unasikianga tu God. So pia wase niliinteract na wao church, pia nikaamua tu acha tu ni invest time yangu kwa church. Sitaki hata job nini, like tu acha tu ni stick kwa Christ tu. Sasa mimi nikakuwa adapted kwa kanisa, nikashika church tu, nikajipata na grow spiritual. Nikasema sasa hapa ndio inafaa ni stick.
Nimeshikilia hapa sitoki.
Hapo nao si sare. Nikisare ni kudedi.
Kuna nini unapata? Kuna wazuri gani unapata kwa church? Mtu anasema wait, so as in what are the benefits of, you know, of serving, of Junajua, apart from this, uliniambia you also do ministry, you also preach the gospel. Yani unaenda uko nje na una evangelize.
First of all, si umesema tulikuwa hapa last time tukapiga story, tumetoka far. Background zetu si fiti that much. Na God lazima kila msako kuna story behind it. Behind kila kitu anadu. Like sasa kama mimi niko na story yangu, kuna story yako. So mimi kufikia mahali na accept Christ, najua mahali God amenitoa na place amenifikisha sahi. Because hadi mimi kitambo Steph singefikiria hata tu kukaa hapa kwa TV sasa naongea na watu.
Kwa story.
Nilikuwa ni kama sasa nilikuwa naona watu kwa TV. Sasa siku moja but tunapata hata kufika hapa siwezi take it for granted. Alafu pia venye tu nimesema ukistick kwa word utajua purpose yako, na purpose yetu the main thing God alituleta hapa ni sisi kumuoshi na cheki. So na mimi singetaka ni utilize ujana yangu mostly kwa world, because wase wanateseka. Si ati kwa world tukiangalia wakipiga sherehe ati si ati tunawajaji kwa sherehe, hata si upiga sherehe, but sasa kuna wase wanateseka kwa world. Hata wengine wao kuingia kwa world si kupenda kwao, situations zinawafikisha huko. So unapata msami lose hope, depression iko huko. So the only option inabidi tu ameenda kwa world. Juu sasa hizo ndio vitu zitamu accommodate. But sasa sisi wachache wenye God ametusaidia, at least tuko hapo, tunatry tu kubaki hapo, ndio pia siku moja tusirudi huko.
Turudi. Na kuna venye una support pia wasanii wanakama na imekuwa part of you. Why is it so important for you? Una support wasanii wangapi sasa?
Naweza sema kama 4 au 5 hivi, but sasa from different places. Kuna wa Pwani, kuna wa Mombasa, alafu kuna wa Western kadhaa, na kuna sawa hapa tu Nairobi.
Yani umeshikanisha different sides of the country. How?
Tulipatana ndio different. Alafu tulipatana ni coincidence, ujuangi msama toka wapi. Sasa umekanaenda ngombe kwetu ni Mombasa.
Okay. So ni nini na kudrive, yani kuwa support? Wewe mwenyewe uko kwa hii journey, wewe mwenyewe as a gospel minister or artist, uko hii journey pia unataka ngoma zako zisikike, but pia kuna venye unashikilia, na si ati hatuwezi sema umefika level, you know, yenye tunaweza sema msanii kama sasa kusema hata majina, but the established ones ni rahisi kwa kushikiliana, but wewe pia uko hii journey, una aim kufika huko. So what drives you?
Unajua, first of all, mimi mwenyewe nimekufika hapa, lazima kuna msameni support. Kuna mseto amenishika mkono. Juu mimi natoka Western, na najua wase wengi, mtu anaweza kuwa Western na aseme mimi sitawahi onekana kwa TV. Ama kuna mangoma fiti, anaimba kitu iko na sense, but sasa ni ile hana hiyo platform. Na mimi pia nimekuwa kwa the same situation, niko na ngoma but ndio hata ilikuwa quality iko down, but sasa unacheki unataka tu hiyo platform. At least msana anakuambia ni aje hapo umemess, fanya hivi, at least next time utakuwa into a new level. So unapata kuna wasanii wengi wanafanya kazi poa, wa big tu, yani mimi utambua kila msako na talent na kitu God amemwekea. Ule msako na unaona huyu na akipata hii opportunity anaweza itumia fiti. But sasa ni ile hana opportunity. So nikasema tu wacha ni support. Pia mimi nikaanza ka mboge yangu tu inaitwa Christ Music Management. Yani ni mimi, si ati nimesaini msanii ni nini. Unaambia tu msanii aje, mimi naweza kusaidia kufikisha muziki yako, ama naweza kupatia idea ya ngoma, ama niko na director wangu wa video anaweza kusaidia kwa pesa kidogo. Nikimwambia tu ni msanii wangu atakusaidia. Juu pia nimeongea nao director. So unapata hivyo, pia msanii anatoka Western anapata hiyo platform, akikuja nikusukumia at least pia umchezee, ana feel kumbe niko na kitu wase wana need kusikia huko nje. So unamu-encourage, akipata chance yake anafanya vitu zake.
So ni support system unawapatia tu. Is it at a charge ama ni kujitolea tu?
Hapana, mimi si charging msanii unless mwenyewe aseme ni aje ni hivi. Like si charging, si rahisi. Hata si rahisi sijawahi.
Ni kujitolea tu yani.
Kujitolea tu ile. Alafu pia mimi napenda tu kuitwa tu yani kupotua hapo. Kwa hiyo space tu una feel aje kusupport msee akikuja hapa sema ni aje ni Steph alinijenga. Hiyo ni blessing already asha speak.
Oh wow. So it's the contentment that you kwa roho yako. Wow, amazing. Now from all this that you do, ministry, kusupportiana, where do you get your income from? Najua muziki ilipi sana. Hawezi kuona pesa Oliver anafanya ngoma una drop one after the other.
Hapana, vitu zingine ni grace. Tuko na sababu tu support tu like, lakini naweza sema pia tuna work huko nje. Tuna work. Nile tu sasa hatuwezi taja, but pia mimi na work kwingine. But na work weekend peke yake, on Saturday peke yake. Yeah.
And then during the other time
napiga shughuli zangu pia.
Okay.
Alafu pia mimi hufanya music distribution. So unapata pia umepata client mmoja unamchangamkia pia unashika yako unalipa rent yako na life inasonga.
Life inasonga. Okay. Kabla tumalizie nataka utuambie journey yako tu for someone who's new ajai kuona probably first time. How's your journey been in the music industry? Ama in ministry, whichever you prefer.
Mi journey yangu imekuwa amazing, siwezi complain. Like mimi nilianza journey yangu nikiwa Amkura. Hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza mimi utambuanga. Hii area inaitwa Amkura, ndio
Amkura ni wapi?
Kijana ya Amkura. Huko ni Busia huko na Western huko. Kwa border kabisa ya sisi na Waganda huko. So mi journey yangu ilianza hivyo, like first of all nakumbuka track yangu ya kwanza nilikwambia nilifanya hip hop. Na
nilikuwa sikizwa na
brother yangu na mama yako pekee tu support her. So nilifanya hip hop. Mimi ndo rapa pale mtaani. Nakwambia hadi nilikata kuingia mdundo. Niliuma.
Ilikuwa bio design quality.
Promise waseni aje msikia yangu ipo mdundo. Kwenda kuupload ikakataa ikaniambia haijafika tawa.
Quality haiwezi.
Quality iko down baya sana. Na mimi nimeweka kichwa juu.
So kwa ndio ilianzia.
Jani yangu ilianzia huko na so far so good nika grow. Hadi wasewa kaanza kunisupport wananichangia na changisha na performer. Sema aje mimi natoa ngoma because sasa nilikuwa na evidence ile ka hip hop kangu naweza sikizishia mseni.
At least una kitu ya kugoba
ili kuna fast bora sikia Oliver. Sikia Oliver. Hiyo ni sure hakuna Oliver mwingine. So alafu umetaja mtaa ule kijana ya Mkura. Sasa sikia hivyo hakuna mtu mwingine ya Mkura ama hakuna Mkura nyingine. So unapata kwa sababu kan support hivyo nikagrow. Nikakuja Nairobi nikapambana nikashika mkono na wase wawili watatu, big up to Sean, yani wamekuwa true kwangu mpaka sasa. Jani yangu imekuwa tu poa. Mimi nimekuwa nikigrow, alafu mimi ni msena listen, nikiambiwa mess up hapa, at least next time na try pia na
una correct.
Hiyo tu ndo jani yangu.
The biggest challenge kwa jani yako imekuwa gani?
Mimi naweza sema the biggest challenge hata si do, like si ati niko na do, but mostly nilikuwa nimefanya mangoma, but sasa hii platform man, like kupata tu chance umekaa hivi na Steph. Hiyo ni amazing.
Romani nijisikia.
Hiyo ni amazing. Wewe. Hiyo ni kubwa. Hivi jokes. Hivi reality.
My family, where are they watching?
Ama ishago kweli watu wachukua kiselfie na Steph.
Wacha tusingilie huko. But kupata hii platform ndio imekuwa challenge.
Because pia mostly tumekuwa tukitishwa madoko nje, unaambiwa charges, but unapata sasa nyinyi kawa seka nyinyi mmekuwa true, mna support. Yani ni kitu kubwa sana, mna impact sana wase. So hii platform ndio inakuanga noma sana.
So wasanii wengi wana need platform kaa hii, yani wasikewa.
Wasanii unajua saa hizi unajua sijui 3/4 ya Kenya ni wasanii. Kwa nini hawajafika hapo? Kwa nini tunakuja kila siku tunacheza Wanda? Kwa nini kila siku tunacheza Timeless? Kwa nini? Kwa sababu huyu ako na platform huyu hana.
So difference ni hiyo. So kishatokea kwa interview hivi watu wanakutambua hapa nje.
At least kuna msee amekuona, mgeni amesubscribe pale, ama kama muziki wako imekuja hapa nice wase watacheza tena. So unapata ni hivyo tu.
Okay. Na the best thing umepata kwa hii journey yako ni gani tukimalizia?
The best thing nimejua Christ sana kwa hii journey. Hiyo ndio tunaweza sema juu hii ndio jani yani nimefika mahali nikasema nimejua Christ. Mpaka unajua mimi ni msemo inakanga 1 week kejani na umwaka yani ushaika tu utamani kwenda kwako, like kuna filter niko tu kwa surrounding ya wasetu wa Christ, like mimi nimejua Christ sana hii wiki.
Wow.
Unajua msanii anasema mimi ni angel, hapana mimi ni binadamu.
Unakosea lakini
but tunatry sana. mimi naweza sema jani yangu kupata Christ imekuwa fiti.
Wow, amazing. Unaweza ambia nini msanii mwenye ako huko nje, mwenye pia anatafuta platform, ako na ngoma, ana do, yani mali ulianzia?
Unajua, first of all mimi naweza sema tu do si kila kitu. Na pia background yako isikuwe too judgmental kwa side yako, feel like huwezi toka hapo. Wasome toka far. Yaani watu wako na story huko nje. Hata mimi naweza kuja leo nitoe story yangu. Hiyo ni kama sasa ndio kuanza kwa msemo mwingine. Na mimi nimepiga story yangu yote. So wase wametoka far. Kitu tu mimi naweza show wase we trust Christ. Na itakuwa tu fiti. Time itatel. Nasema hivyo, time itatel. We trust Christ na uweke bidii. Unajua shida pia sasa usikae tena pale wacha pia umekaa sasa unatafika huko aje. Pia try to tumia watu link zako huko kwa Facebook. Usiona tu watasema huyu sana anajidara. Wasikumia wase. Nakumbuka niliona na Steph kutumia na tu links. But Mungu anasaidia.
Mungu anasaidia akasema. Hapo sawa Oliver. Where can people get you on social media?
On Facebook, Instagram, zote ni Oliver Music. TikTok pia tunatesa sana.
Oliver Music.
Lakini nilichukua break TikTok ndo narudi Oliver Music kila mahali.
Break ilikuwa nini kabla tumalize?
TikTok bwana.
Inakupeleka pia.
Ndio tunarudi sasa.
Mbona hukuniambia?
Farah.
Mam, mbona hukuniambia?
Mimi ukinisaidia mimi nataka, mimi nitakujenga.
There are rumors that you have another family.
Well, this is my family and I think it's one.
Senior Sergeant Farah, you're in charge of the team.
Because Ruben is the man that I love. This is crazy. I only ask you not to be blind. Don't be blind and go back home.
No. No, Fabiola, I'm really sorry, but I'm not going back home. For what?
Hey, speaking of the veterinarian, did he accept the job? We had 2 mares who were about to give birth.
Did you ask Alonso to work in Las Bandidas?
Please wait here. I'll go get Marisol. Marisol! Marisol! Marisol!
All right, welcome back. We still continue with Entertainment Thursday. This is Good Morning Kenya, and I'm Stephanie Ayete. Now, with World Autism Day coming in a few days, that is the 2nd of April, the Hall of Entertainment has a play for you. It's called Dark Humor, and the play aims to bring a voice to the autistic in the society, to create some sort of awareness through comedy and acting it out. And we are joined by some of the actors in the play. That is Blaise Rukungu on my father's left, and next to me is Joseph Mukunga. Karibuni sana.
Asante.
All right, Dark Humor. Tell us about Dark Humor. Why the title Dark Humor for the play? Blaise.
Thank you. Well, dark humor is well thought out. We are trying to put across the message about autism, but in a certain way, people say that the truth is bitter, but it can also be kind. That's why we are trying to put it out in a humorous way. In as much as it is bitter, it is humorous.
So it can be humorous. So I'm thinking, autism by itself is a serious issue, that people face. So I'm wondering how you bring that humor out without people feeling offended by it or something of that sort. Maybe Joseph can answer to that.
Yes, I know with dark humor we are playing on the edge with us being humorous about something that is very serious in the society, but we thought about creating awareness in such a way that people will understand us than teaching them in a serious manner. Sometimes saizi kwenye tuko world tunataka kufunza wase in a way that utawachekesha, that at least wakwe interested to listen more than ukuje ukwe all about lecturing them, then they'll be kind of bored. More so our generation. What they call Generation Z. Yeah.
So, I want to come to digestible, and that's where it's edutainment coming in. Yes. So the humor bit of it.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Why did you decide on creating an awareness around autism? Is it because of the special day that's coming on Sunday? Kulikuwa more reason to it?
No, we thought about autism as something that the society has not been talking about. Ni kitu imekuwa ikifungiwa. People have been talking about people being able differently on walemavu, but autism has never been talked about. No, as in hata shule zenye za autism in Kenya si mingi vile as they should be. No, parents do not want to understand or do not want to accept their kids they're autistic. Now we want to talk about that. We want to air it and say it's not abnormal. It's normal.
Okay.
It's something that is normal. I mean, just accept them, but they're able differently. Exactly.
Okay. Blaise, what is the goal of it? Apart from now changing perception, creating the awareness, what do you want to achieve from the play? What shown and then what? What needs to change?
What needs to change is the mindset. The mindset that this is something that's actually happening in the society, that these are around us, and we did not take them as though they are mad to per se, but they are just humans like me and you. Okay. All in all, we want to create a society where acceptance is valid.
Okay.
Where people can be taken for who they are.
So that's why I embrace people with autism, because they're just like us.
They're just like us.
It's just a
different personality. Yes, a different side from us.
All right. Joseph, tell us a little bit about the play. Get us into it, kidogo. We get the visuals. How is it? What role are you playing? Give us details.
So, Dark Humor, as we said, is the comedy play on an autistic kid. Now we have different setups. Not to go much into details, but I'll say that tuko na various characters. Tuko na the mother to the autistic kid, who she's getting money out of the autistic kid.
How so?
She's getting lands in Kitengela, Syokimau.
Okay.
She has apartments, akona nyumba kubwa, she's driving a Harrier. People as in mtu akianza background yake ilikuwa mbaya. Hakuwa that well off. But then akatafuta njia ya kumake money through the kid.
Okay.
Yeah. Personally, I'm serving. I'm like a researcher in the play. I want to research more about the autistic kid. Nimeona mtu akona the same problem, but I am not sure if it's autism, you know.
Alright.
Yeah, people don't understand what autism is. Now I'm playing that part.
Okay, so you're the researcher.
Yeah.
Blaze,
Well,
what's your character?
My character is the autistic kid.
Okay, so you are the main character here.
Yes, I'm minor and I'll play the autistic kid. And what I love about this play is that it has brought what's currently happening in the society. And they've been able to incorporate it with daily things that we see that are concurrent right now. And what I like about it is that the plot twist is just amazing.
Mmesema mtatuambia details.
The plot twist is just amazing. Hatuingi sana.
Okay, but how was it for you, Blaze, playing the autistic kid? Because you're not this character in real life.
True.
It's not you. But getting yourself into character, how is it for you?
Well, it's a very tricky role. You have to do your research on these people because, yes, I'm not an autistic kid, but I'd want to play it in a way that you'd view me as the autistic kid. So with this, I have to go deep in, look at how these autistic kids behave, what is happening around them, how do they feel, so that I can try to get a sense of them so that I can be able to bring it out.
Could you tell us, not about the play, but from your knowledge, research, getting into it, tell us a little bit about the autistic kid. For someone who doesn't know really about autism, they just know, a few characters and how to identify that someone is autistic, but they don't really know about autism.
Well, for some people, it can develop in early stages. For some, it develops at younger stages. So these people are very specific to say in their own personalities. They tend to like things so much, unlike other people. They tend to be so obsessive with something at times.
So if it's like a toy, they stick to one toy.
They stick to one toy. And that's the best friend toy that they'll ever have. This child might grow up with this toy up to 25 years.
Wow.
Akona hiyo toy tu bado beside him.
Okay, they cling to one
They
thing.
cling to one thing.
Okay.
Yes.
So that is one thing that is common, or common characteristics about autistic kids.
Yeah.
And what about you, Joseph? From being a researcher and knowing all that, what would you say about someone who has autism, whether a child or an adult?
So autistic people, they are different. There are those who tend not to learn things fast, but when they learn something, they stick to it. They become better in it. They take time to learn, but when they learn it, they become better in it. People, sometimes people call them nerds.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're very smart.
They are very smart, but they tend to learn slow, but when they get it, they are smart in it.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's like a special ability that they have.
Yes.
People don't know about it.
Yes.
All right. And I know there are different types of autisms, levels, mild, moderate, and severe. Are you addressing a specific type? Whoever you're playing, ni moja, but ana speak for
Yes,
everyone.
He is a specific type of an autistic person. I won't go into detail because it's more of a surprise, because people will learn at the end of the day, wow, so minor doesn't do this.
Okay, so tumesema ni first and second.
First and second of April. They're coming Saturday and Sunday, actually.
All right. So, what about the plays? How have Kenyans embraced plays? As compared to film, and the rest of, art?
So, in the recent past, the theaters have been neglected by people. People tend to do Netflix and chill, cinemas.
Exactly.
But of late, nimeona watu wameanza kuja back to the theaters. People have started to come back to the theaters and watch something that is real life, experienced first-hand information kwa stage. Hiyo feedback ya kutoka kwa actors nini, it's an awesome feeling. So it's not yet that appreciated, but in a try, imeanza kukama up saizi. like kitambo kidogo watu walikuwa shaanza ku neglect it, but saizi na feel watu wameanza ku come back to the theaters.
Why would you say it's important watu kurudi kwa theaters? Ni nini wanapata different from what they get from going to the cinema and watching a movie on Netflix and chill?
So ukikuja theater mtu akiwa pale stage kuna you feeling una relate na haraka. You get the emotion so fast than on the cinemas. Uko pale na 3D yako una enjoy to the scenes but you don't get the emotions. If you come to the theaters, if I cry, you feel my pain. You know, if I make you laugh, you get the first hand joke, you know. Kuna hiyo emotion yako inakuwa tu relieved in a way that cinemas izifanya. Netflix and chill umekaa tu home, you know. But theaters you get that feeling and that, you know, na pia kuwa learn una learn haraka than in the cinemas.
And it's live,
and also theater is raw. Theater is raw. This is where you get to see the person physically. That's when I'm speaking to you. You see, in theater, the audience is also part of the play itself.
Okay.
So as I am speaking, you're feeling me through a connection of being there. So it's rawness. I feel like theater is rawness. It's more real than being in cinema.
Okay, so people should embrace it.
People should embrace it more.
And what does it do to you as an actor in the play? Because now you're getting instant feedback from the audience. Have you ever been in a place where, you know, something is meant to be humorous but they are not laughing? What does, you know, comedy when you stand up? Then what happens? Yeah, Joseph.
As an artist, you move on. You know, you come in a hit. This is the next one. The next one. Could next to it a hit tena na ita hit. Ile inakuwa kupata vizuri but ita hit tena na ita hit.
Alright.
Yeah.
So how long did it take you to come up to prepare for dark humor? What goes into it, the preparation?
The preparation is first the director comes in with his idea. I'm writing this.
So for dark humor, first it's scripted, unscripted. It's not gotten from a movie, book.
No. It's not gotten from a movie. It's self-scripted, self-directed, self-casted. So the director came in with his proposal. Then we, as the cast, we have to look into it. We see how the play is. We judge it from our side. We give him our insights, and he goes and does again his magic, brings in the script, and it's even better because a lot of minds think better, you know.
So there's the process of editing and whatnot.
Yes.
All right, and then now the rehearsals. How long, basically, from when you started till now?
Well, it has taken us quite, like, I guess 2 months to bring it to date.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Quite some time. So a lot goes into it.
Yes,
Watu
a lot
wakiona
goes into it.
pesa imechajiwa hiyo tunasema stick to it. You know. Yeah, so a lot goes into it. How much are you charging for the play?
Regular tickets at 1,000 bob, couples 1,600, group of 5 4,000, and we also have student package of 500 shillings only.
Okay, and how long does it go for?
The play is 2 hours long, so that is we have 3 to 6 show and then 6 to 9 show.
Both days?
Yes.
Saturday, Sunday.
Saturday and Sunday.
3 to?
3 to 6, 6 to 9, and then 3 to 6, 6 to 9.
3 to 6 and 6 to 9.
Yes.
Okay. There's something, before I forget, before we close up, you told me that the play is also infused by music.
Yes.
Tell us about it, Blaze.
Well, we call them our melodies because they bring in more of the harmony to the play. They help it sweeten with their voices. These ladies are angelic. Wanaimba vizuri, by the way. Tuwasikia. Wanaimba vizuri sana. And so they also help the characters in bringing out the emotion. As I've told you, rawness. So like, unlike listening to a track, when you listen to a voice, it speaks to you. It's like it's speaking to you. Yes. It hits different.
It hits different.
Okay, all right. What do you want to tell to people about the play that they should, to invite them to come to the play?
Mtambe tu kweli, this is going to be the biggest, baddest show that is going down. It's something that inaenda kuongelewa a lot more. So you should want to be part of it. You know, purchase that ticket. It's only 1,000 bob only, and students 500, couples 1,600, group of 5 at 4,000 only. It's so affordable, and you get to be entertained.
Okay.
Yes.
Get
so
some entertainment. Dark humor.
Dark humor. Hashtag dark humor.
Okay,
yes.
Before we close again, Blaze, would you say now this is art giving back to the society because you're using art to educate people on autism?
Yes. So we are using art to educate people on autism. People tend to vibe more to art. You see, people will get a message when it's sung. Some people will get a message when it's rapped. Some people will get a message when it's acted.
Yeah.
So with this, we are trying to send a message out there. Probably someone doesn't know about it, but you get to learn about it.
Okay, amazing. Finally, tell us how people can get the tickets, where people can get the tickets, and maybe repeat on the time. Any of you can do that.
You can get the tickets at www.hallofameentertainments.com. Also, you can find the posters at our social media pages. That's Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok at Hall of Fame Entertainments.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
And
Thank you.
Also, don't forget that on that day, we also have a special offer to our clients. You can get to KNT, to Kenya National Theatre, with Little Cab at 250 shillings off your ride.
Okay.
Yes.
With the promo code
Dark Humor.
All right.
So this is the promo code Dark Humor. You get to Kenya National Theatre with 250 bob off.
Yes.
All right. So they'll get all that information from your website?
Yes, from our website.
So now we're going to take a little break because we want to come back and hear the melody behind now Dark Humor. We have two lovely ladies who are coming to perform for us, but it'll be right after the music break that we are taking. All right? Stick with us.
bayani, yeah.
The Mozart Bait Cup enters the round of 16 on the 1st and 2nd of April 2023. 11 top-tier teams, 3 National Super League sides, and 2 from FKF Division 1 side meet in the Clash of Titans. 2009 KPL champions Sofapaka will square it out with Darajani Gogo of Kibera from 1 p.m. on Saturday, the 1st of April 2023, before Kenya Police lock horns with Ulinzi Stars in an all-forces derby at 3 p.m. at the Kenyatta Stadium in Machakos. On Sunday, the 2nd of April 2023, Kariobangi Sharks will be up against Equity from 1 p.m. as they pave way for the clash between Premier League sides KCB and Bidco United at 3 p.m. at the Kasarani Annex. Catch all the actions live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1. Who will be the 2023 undisputed champion of the Mozart Bait Cup and get the golden chance of representing Kenya in the CAF Confederation Cup Tournament? KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
40 years on when I far and asunder, parted are those who are seeing today. Mwanaume anakutandika
Sasa ndio
unatandikwa,
you use
you
your
are pulled
wings.
into the house while you are very
You didn't
busy.
even know what was happening.
Yeah, you are there.
Kwa nini unatandikwa?
Ati open this door. Mlango unafunguliwa. Bunge la mtu ndio huyo. Anakuvuta ndani, anafunga mlango.
Alafu umechapwa.
Unachapwa until you are senseless.
Naandika ivaska nkona njaa, nenda kupika bila makaa, na waita na mnakata, mnasema pop culture ni ya mavijana, kushiba ni baada ya sala, ni aje watu njua kale, na una watch pop culture na mrembo, Adhiambo, au sio? KBC, sigusi udai mtu wangu.
All right, as promised, we are back, and this time we have the melodious voices with us. Just in case you're joining, we just had an interview with actors from Dark Play, Dark Humor, which is a play that will be taking place in Kenya National Theatre this weekend, being an autistic awareness weekend. So the play is aimed at giving a voice to the autistic in the society. So they said they can't give away too much about the play, but there's something they can give, and that is the melodious voices. And for that, I've joined by the vocalists in the play. This is Banis Dirangu, and I have Grace Njoroge there. Karibuni.
Thank you.
You look so lovely, ladies.
Thank you.
All right, you want to tell us something about the play that you love so much? Let's start with Banis, yes.
Yes, my name is Banis, a vocalist at Hall of Fame Entertainment. And about the play Dark Humor, it's all about creating awareness on autism in an entertaining way as well as in an educative way. Yes.
Okay, something that you love particularly?
One thing I love about the play is that I'm being part of creating awareness on autism, yes, and educating people on it, and for them not to give stigma to people who are autistic.
So breaking the stigma.
Yes.
Okay, for you, Grace, what is it that you love about the play?
For me, I love how people get to learn and to understand how different people can, and venye wanaweza chukuliwa kwa society, and also to the parents, they don't feel like they're alone, like we are all together in this.
Okay, what does it mean for you being part of this as a vocalist, the voice behind the emotion that it's going to trigger in people? What does it mean to you? Let me start with Grace.
It means a lot. Being able to create awareness to others, like being the voice that can speak so that others can hear you. It's like a blessing. It's a great experience, and also the exposure, and also getting to learn also how other people feel and how other people operate during that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
For you, Banis, how has the experience been for you being part of it during the rehearsals and now the main event coming on this weekend? How does it feel? How's the experience been like?
The experience has been awesome, and so far so good. You know, music communicates in a different way, and I'm being part of it. I'm glad to create that awareness musically.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit about the song before I leave you. Song sasa. Before I leave you, tell us a little bit about the song, Grace.
The song that you're going to sing is about autism. It's a way to create awareness to people. You know, it's easy to get a song other than getting to read something about autism. So the song is easier to reach more people.
Okay.
So it's an original composition, actually, about autism, and yeah.
Okay. Written by you?
Yeah, it's written by me.
Both of you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. We can't wait to hear. Myself, I can't wait. So take it away. We'll be right back after this. Take it away.
Thank you.
Ewe mama, mimi nakupenda, sijali iwe shida moja ama nyingine. Mama, uliniweka korokoroni, ati mimi mvuta bangiwe. Oh, mwanangu, nakupenda, nafanya juu yako, juu maisha yako uweze kukubalika na wengine huku nje. Yeah. Autism with no defense. Najua nitasimama, najua nitasimama, najua nitasimama. Autism with no defense. Najua nitasimama, najua nitasimama, najua nitasimama. Nitasimama. Yeah. Usinilaumu, usinihukumu. I do it all for love, I do it all for love. Usinilaumu, usinihukumu. I do it all for love, I do it all for love. Autism with no defense. Najua nitasimama, najua nitasimama, najua nitasimama. Autism with no defense. Najua nitasimama, najua nitasimama, najua nitasimama.
Musician of this song right here with us, Dad Mugore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
It's such a blessing. It's such an amazing song.
Thank you.
Najidai, and it's a collab that you've done with Good Luck?
Yeah.
Okay, when was it? How new is the song?
Around December, end of the last year. We did, yeah, but we released the song 1 month ago.
Okay,
yeah.
Amazing song. How is the reception? How are people receiving the song?
Well, we thank God for this song. Watu wameipokea vizuri na ni jambo la kumshukuru Mungu ya.
Yani ina baraka, wimbo wenyewe ina baraka.
Yeah.
Kuna lines nimependa, hii inasema gharama zangu zimelipwa, aibu yangu ameondoa, nasikia kujidai kwa mapigo yake nimeona. Nimepona, sorry, nimepona. So inspiration ilikuwa gani?
Inspiration ni unakuta kuna vitu ambavyo mtu angekuangalia wewe, yani akikuview kwa maisha yako anafikiria kwamba pengine uweza achieve kupata kitu chenye uko nacho, ama u deserve kuwa mahali huko, au deserve ku drive gari uko nayo, maybe how deserve kukuwa na watoto au kukuwa na mke. Yani kuna watu wanakuweka kwenye maisha kwenye viwango fulani, wanajua uwezi ukapita hapa. Lakini kwa sababu ya Mungu tunaishi leo.
Okay, kweli.
Tunaishi, tunapumua. Kuna kipindi pia mtu alinitishia, na alikuwa ni mchungaji, akaniambia kwamba hautafikisha mwaka fulani. Hiyo ilikuwa ni around 2020, time ya COVID. Akasema kwamba wewe 31st huvuki. Lakini kwa sababu ya Mungu tumevuka. Ndio maana tunasema ninajidai na huyu Yesu. Yaani kuna vitu Mungu amefanya ambavyo watu hawakutarajia kwamba kama Dani ningekuwa navyo ama ningefika nilipo. Lakini kwa sababu ya Yesu amefanya, ndio maana anakuja anasema ninajidai na huyu Yesu, kwa sababu si nguvu zangu.
Wow, ni kwa neema yake.
Ni kwa neema yake.
Amazing. Hii ni wewe ndio uliandika yote ama uliandikiwa?
Na siandikiwangi nyimbo. Mimi nimeandika peke yangu. Nimeandika na nikamuzisha Good Luck. Yeah.
Okay. You're not Kenyan?
Mimi ni Mkenya kabisa kabisa.
Nimesikia Kiswahili yako nikasikia
ni vile nimezaliwa kwa boda. Sasa watu wao wanafikiria pale Hispania. Mimi ni mzaliwa wa boda. Hispania hapo Migori County. Mimi mtu wa Migori County. Mkuria kabisa. Lakini watu wengi ufikiria pengine Wakuria. Nafikiri Wakuria wengi wako Tanzania. Kwa hiyo ukiwa umezaliwa pale boda, watu wanachanganywa, nafikiria pia wewe ni Mtanzania. Mimi ni Mkenya.
Lugha yako kidogo iko na Tanzania kidogo.
Nafikiri pengine hata sasa hivi sio kama kitambo, sababu nimekaa Kenya zaidi ya miaka 10. Kwa hiyo hata senti yangu imepotea, naongea tu kama Mkenya.
Wewe ni Mkenya.
Kabisa Mkenya kabisa.
Okay.
Mimi si Mtanzania hata.
Mkenya mzaliwa wa Kenya.
Nimezaliwa kwa boda, nimelelewa kwa boda hapo Hispania. Area yangu inaitwa Bukumburi. Kwa hiyo
wewe ni wetu. kufanya hiyo collabo ili take nini kupatana na Good Luck tunaweza sema ni msanii mwenye anajulikana sana. So ili take nini kufanya collabo?
Tulikutana na Good Luck hapo December. Kuna rafiki yangu anaitwa Lebs na Didiero ndio aliniunganisha naye. Tukawa na mazungumzo. Kwanza nilikuwa nimetoa kuna nyimbo kadhaa nimefanya of late kuanzia 2020. Mungu amefunga milango. Kuna nyimbo nimefanya na Masi Wairegi. Then kuna nyimbo nilikuwa nimefanya na Deno ambayo imechezwa nyakati zote. Then alipata pia muda wa kusikiza nyimbo zangu. Then akarequest, yeye ndo alirequest tufanye nyimbo. Kwa hiyo nikakuja na idea, nikamwambia yeye ndo idea nafikiria tunaweza fanya kitu kama hicho, akasema sawa. Nikasimamia kila kitu tukafanya video.
Okay. Yeah. So msanii pia kuna wasanii wenye wako humble enough kuitisha collabo. Wapo. Na kuna ingine tunatarajia
nyingi sana hata kuna zingine already zimefanywa audio, tunangoja tu kufanya video. Kuna collabo, kuna zile single ambazo nimefanya peke yangu. Collabo kama collabo umefanya na nani? Nimefanya wasanii wengi tu, itakuwa surprise.
Leo umesema ni surprise tu ngoje.
Itakuwa surprise. Kuna nyimbo nyingi zinakuja.
Okay, na singles ni gani basi zimetoa?
Singles kama kuna yenyewe nimefanya peke yangu, Uzuri Wako. Ili kuendea nyimbo yangu yenye ili nirudisha, nilikaa kwa muda bila kuimba. Kuna kama hiyo Uzuri Wako ipo ready, sha release. Pia kuna single ambayo nimefanya bado sija release. Nitakuwa na release baby around mwezi wa 5.
Watu wangoje. Uzuri Wako tuimbie kidogo, tupatie.
Uzuri Wako inaimba: uzuri wako nimeuona, nimeamini wewe ni mwema, matendo yako nimeshuhudia, nitasimulia wote wakuone. Hii ni nyimbo ilikuwa kama testimony, mali Mungu alikuwa amenitoa, akasema yenyewe uzuri wake nimeuona.
Gani ingine tuimbie tena?
Kuna nyimbo nyingi, kuna nyimbo kama nilofanya kitambo. Inasema subira subira mwanangu, inavuta heli, piga moyo konde, huku ukimwamini Mungu. Ana mipango mizuri nawe, ana mawazo mazuri nawe, yeye ni Mungu wako, tena ni baba yako. Wataka nyingine pia?
Una sauti nzuri kweli. Yani
asante.
Ikichanganishwa na message na bariki. Tupatie nyingine tena.
Uko juu ya wote, matendo yako yanakuonesha, Baba uko juu.
Wow.
Hiyo nimefanya na Masi. Ni kati ya nyimbo ambazo napenda. Kwa nyimbo zangu zote nimeimba.
Hiyo ndio favorite.
Napenda sana.
Kwa nini iko na?
Kwa sababu inaongelea maisha yangu yote, napenda nyimbo ambayo inamuongelea Mungu, sifa zake, yale mambo amefanya. Kwa hiyo uko juu ni nyimbo ambayo inaongelea Mungu, sijajitaja popote. Inaongelea Mungu peke yake. Wajua kuna nyimbo unaweza kaimba kama msanii, zinakuongelea wewe ama zinahimiza mtu mwingine, au unaweza kaimba nyimbo kama ya kumshauri mtu. Lakini uko juu inamuongelea Mungu, ndio maana naipenda.
Wow. So kwa nyimbo zako zote zinawanga kumwimbia Mungu directly, ama kuna za kuhimiza watu venye umesema, ama
kuna nyimbo za kuhimiza? Na hapa ndipo watu wengi wanachanganyikiwa. Nafikiri kila nyimbo mtu anafanya ni gospel.
Si gospel zote.
Sio zote gospel.
Tuambie.
Nyimbo kama uko juu ni nyimbo yani imeongelea direct Mungu. Unaweza nikaandika nyimbo kukuimbia wewe, alafu nikataja Mungu pengine amekutoa wewe. Hapo nimetaja tu Mungu amekutoa pengine kwa shida fulani. Wewe wimbo sio wa Mungu, wewe wimbo sio gospel, unakuongelea wewe. Nile tu nimesema pengine Mungu alikutoa gerezani, amekuinua, pengine alikuponya, sio gospel. Unajiongelea na unaongelea mtu mwingine. Lakini uko juu inaongelea matendo ya Mungu peke yake. So hiyo ndio gospel.
So gospel
gospel inatakiwa kuongelea Mungu peke yake.
Mungu peke yake, si kuhimiza mtu, si
kwa sababu Mungu ni Mungu, na Mungu hawezi akawa kitu kingine. Huwezi kumdivert Mungu. Kwa hiyo unapozungumzia gospel unatakiwa uongelee sifa za Mungu. Mungu ni nani? Mungu ni upendo, Mungu ni mkuu, Mungu ni muweza, hakuna aliye juu yake. Kwa hiyo gospel inaongelea Mungu peke yake. Hakuna mahali umejihusisha. Hiyo ndo gospel. Na kusema kwamba unaimba nyimbo ambazo zinaongelea Mungu pekee, haimaanishi kwamba mtu yoyote ambaye anaongelea Mungu pekee ameokoka. Hapo pia ndo tunachanganyikiwa, kwa sababu unaweza kaongelea kuhusu ukubwa wa Mungu lakini umjui Mungu, huna uhusiano na Mungu.
Lakini sasa tukipokea nyimbo tutajuaje kama
kila mtu anasema hiyo nyimbo ni gospel?
Kila mtu anasema ni gospel.
Kuna hata nyimbo nani aliimba, anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Homi, akimshukuru Mungu kwa amemtendea dimples, lakini hakuwa ameokoka, lakini aliimba gospel.
So hiyo tunafaa kuichukua aje kama
ni nyimbo tu aliimba tu kumshukuru Mungu? Lakini haiko kwenye gospel.
Okay. Haiko. So si tukipokea nyimbo tukiimba tunafaa kujua mali roho ya mwenye ameimba imetoka.
Tunatakiwa kujua kutofautisha kati ya gospel na nyimbo pengine za inspiration, nyimbo pengine za kuhimiza mtu, na pia anayeimba. Kwa sababu si kila msanii eti anaimba nyimbo ya injili ameokoka.
Okay. Sawa.
Unaweza ukaimba lakini hujaokoka.
Tunataka tuchukue break kidogo, alafu turudi utuambie experience, journey yako imekuwaje? Ulijua Mungu lini? Ukaamua utaimba lini? Lini na mbona umebaki gospel mpaka saa hizi?
Okay.
All right. So karibu sana. We take a short break and then we'll be right back with Dan Mogore to tell us about his journey.
Kupata maisha kama sikiza tune yako, bonyeza *811 *816#.
Maisha ni mafupi, hivyo si vyema kumaliza muda mwingi katika malumbano. Hesabu baraka zako, wathamini rafiki zako na tabasamu ili udumishe amani.
Kupata maisha, bonyeza *811 *816#. *811 *816#.
Why are you just staring at me? What's going on?
How did you get hurt? I just found a medical report sitting on your desk and it said that you need new medicine every 3 days, can't eat spicy food, and can't get your wounds wet. How did you really get hurt? You told me you fell in the bathroom. Do you think I'll believe that ridiculous story?
I'm way better looking than her. You know, Jenny is not really that beautiful, but she's always been really strong.
Are you that scared of me?
I'm not.
A cup of tea won't kill you.
Listen, please stop talking. Whatever you say, I really can't handle it now.
Jenny.
I'm all right.
What happened?
Liam.
Majina kamili ni Masha Limanel Kipande, aka Mas Mashavu, aka Dogo Tuka Grip, aka Golden Boy. Monday to Friday, I'm in school, and then Saturday, I go first tuition, and then when I come back, I do my homework. Na kani kona show Saturday, na travel Friday usiku after nishafanya homework.
Today's story is Tommy the dog and his bone.
Thanks for tuning in, but today I'm going to show you guys on how to make the yummiest cinnamon rolls at the comfort of your home.
I'm going to teach you how to paint with fruits.
That is Matendo by Dan Mogore. What a blessing. What an amazing song. Yani wimbo za Dan zote yani umeimba kutoka kwa roho. Yako ni calling.
Yeah, it's a calling.
Wow, hii ilikuwa based on what was the inspiration behind this? Imeanza kuimba kusema hii ni ya kitambo. Tuambie kidogo.
Matendo Makuu ni song ya kitambo. Ilikuwa pia ni kuhimiza tu, unajua kuna changamoto zinatupata kama wanadamu. Unaweza kujipata kwa hali nyingine pengine huko una expect. Lakini unajipata tu umeingia kwa hiyo hali. So washindo utatoka aje. So hii ni time tu nilikuwa najaribu kuambia watu kwa life usifocus sana na kile unapitia. Sometimes ni vizuri kufocus kwa kile Mungu anafanya. So nikawa naambia watu sahau zile shida unapitia. Maybe huna job, sahau. Sasa uanze kuangalia yale matendo makubwa yenye Mungu anatenda. Uanze kukua positive, uache kukua negative muda wote.
Okay, so hii ni moja ya kuhimiza zenye umeimba.
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Tuambie, before tuende break, tulikuwa tunasema tutarudi tuambie about journey yako musically venye ulianza 10 years ago till now. How has it been?
Kwanza nilianza kuimba kitambo. Nilianza kuimba nikiwa na miaka 8 kabla sijaokoka. Nilianza kuimba kama sijaokoka, nilikuwa naimba kwa kwaya. Nilikuwa mwana kwaya wa kanisa linaitwa Lutheran Church. Kwa border ya Kenya na Tanzania. Kwa hiyo nilianza kuimba nikiwa na miaka 8. Kwa naimba kwa kwaya watu wazima lakini mimi ni mdogo.
Okay.
Nilijifunza pale sauti zote. Alafu back to 2 nikaokoka. Kaanza kuimba kwa kikundi cha praise and worship, hapo ndo nilisikia calling ya kuitwa. Kaanza kuimba na worship team, nikakuwa leader wao. Nikaanza kumenta watu na compose nyimbo za kuabudu na kusifu, nikawa leader. Hispania, nikatoka Hispania kukuja Nairobi. Wakati wa election nilikuanga na vita sana hiyo time. Ndo nilikuja 2008. So 2010 ndo nikajicommit kwa muziki kabisa. Sasa kuanza ku-release songs zangu nini, kuimba na record, nafanya video. Nilianza album yangu kwanza nilifanya na Still Alive. Though kuna yenye nilifanya nikiwa nyumbani, nilikuja nikarekodi ka studio kingine kwa Live Road kanaitwa Sawa. Nilikuja na team tukaimba nikarudi. But album yangu ya kwanza nilitoa 2010. Ilikuwa inaitwa Usiwe Mbali.
Usiwe Mbali.
Yeah.
Wow. How was the journey like hapo katikati? Kuna mahali ushaijiuliza question, kwa nini uko kwa music, kwa ministry? Mbona ukaamua gospel na kustick to it?
Gospel kwanza, mimi niliamua kustick na gospel kwa sababu ni mwito, sikujiita mimi. Hata kama ungeniuliza kuna kitu nilikuwa spend kuokoka. Panafikiria, yani mentality yangu ilikuwa ni ukiokoka unakaa yani ni mtu umeboeka,
hauna maisha,
uwezi ukachangamka, yani upo tu, kwa sababu kuna watu wengi walikuwa na church. Mara nyingi muda wao mwingi wako kanisani afu naomba unalia. Lakini wakati niliokoka
nini libadilika?
Niliona vitu vizuri sana. Maisha ya wokovu ni mazuri, especially kama uko genuine. Kama unamtumikia Mungu kwa ukweli. Hakuna siku utafili uko peke yako umeachwa, kwa sababu kuna nguvu inakusustain. Kuna nguvu nyuma yako. Hata unapopitia magumu kuna nguvu inakwambia unaweza. Unaweza, ni Mungu anakupa tu backup. Kwa hiyo muda wote mimi nimejifunza kumtumikia Mungu na kumwamini Mungu hata wakati naona kama hakuendi vizuri. Naamini tu Mungu kesho atafanya njia. Kwa hiyo miaka yote ambayo nimeokoka na kumjua Mungu na kumtumikia, sijawahi feel ku backslide ama kuacha gospel. Ni tamu sana. Yani nasikia kuendelea na maisha ya wokovu na nyimbo za Injili.
Okay. Na watu semanga ama inakuanga hivi, especially when it's a calling from God, kunaanga na trials and tribulations inakuja katikati, yani vitu zitakublock, usitoe ngoma, usifanye ministering. Kuna hizo challenges zenye umepata along the way?
Zimekuwa nyingi sana, especially Wakristo ni watu hawapendani. Hiyo ni kitu ambacho nilikuja kujua.
Kwa nini useme hivyo?
Wakristo ni watu ambao asilimia kubwa ya Wakristo tunajipenda peke yetu. So unakuta mtu yuko kwenye church, mchungaji anajua mtu ana kipaji fulani, anaweza akamsupport akainuka, ni mwili wa Kristo, kwa sababu Biblia inasema sisi ni mwili wa Kristo. Kwa hiyo kila kiungo kwenye huo mwili kina kazi na kina umuhimu. Lakini siku hizi utakuta sio hivyo. Anakuwa ni mtu mmoja ndiye anaonekana wa muhimu sana kwa kanisa, especially mchungaji. Utakuta kama ni hela inatolewa kwa kanisa, hakuna mwimbaji anakumbukwa. Hakuna asha anakumbukwa. Ni mchungaji hela yote. Thanksgiving kwa mchungaji, fungu la 10 kwa mchungaji. Kwa hiyo unakuta wachungaji ni watu wengi, asilimia kubwa, hata si Kenya peke yake, hawana muda wa kuinua watu wengine, hata waimbaji. Mwimbaji utakuta anafanya kazi nyingi kwa kanisa, anaimba, anaongoza pengine kikundi cha kuabudu, ataanzisha ibada, watu waje, lakini hakuna mtu anamjali. Kwa vitu kama vile unakuta vinavunja waimbaji wengi moyo, anaachana na mambo ya kanisa, anaona mbona nikienda kwa dunia huku nikiimba tu napewa mihera, halafu nikiperform watu wananipokea, watu wanasupport. Anaona dunia ni nzuri, lakini sio hivyo. Tunatakiwa kurudisha huo upendo. Mtu akiwa kwa kanisa ajisi yuko nyumbani, ajisi yuko mahali sahihi. Lakini sasa kwa sababu ya tamaa na uovu ambao uliopo kwenye dunia sasa hivi, watu wamesahau kwamba sisi ni mwili wa Kristo. Kwa hiyo mtu mara nyingi wanafeel uko peke yako. Lakini tunatakiwa kurudi kwa upendo na kusupport kila mtu na kujua kila kiungo kina umuhimu.
So nini ilikuwa nakupatia moyo wakati kama huo, ama anytime you were down? What was giving you? Mimi nafikiri kama kuna kitu imenisaidia sana ni neno la Mungu. Kuamini neno la Mungu. Muda wote unatakiwa ukiwa unajua kwamba umeokoka, kuwa na ushirika wako wa kipekee na Mungu. Kuwa na mtu wa kusoma neno, kuwa mtu wa kuchukua muda wako mwingi na Mungu. Kwa hata wakati ningeona vitu haviendi sawa, ningerudi kwenye neno. Neno linasema aje? Blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord. So it doesn't matter the season. Inaweza kuwa season iko ngumu, hakuna kitu kinaonekana kwa kama trust yako iko kwa Mungu, sio kwa mtu. The end of the day vitu zitakuwa tu sawa. Line.
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Now, with all, you have a lot of humility, you know, when unasema kuimba ni kwa Mungu kila kitu. Ni nini inakufanya, ama ni hiyo ndio inakusaidia give back the glory to God, usichukue mwenyewe? Kwa sababu ukiimba una kipawa, una kipawa chenyewe, watu wakipokea utapata sifa, lakini ni nini inakufanya uirudishe kwa Mungu?
Basi kuna kitu kimoja watu wanafaa kujua. Ukiwa umeajiriwa KBC, shirika la KBC, chochote unafanya sifa inaendaga kwa KBC. Si yako. Kwa hiyo iko hivyo pia na mwito. Wakati unatumikia Mungu unatakiwa kujua ni neema tu. Kuna watu wengi wanaweza imba vizuri kukuliko, lakini Mungu amekuonea tu rehema, amedeposit kitu kwako, amesema mwanangu, nataka nikutumie kwa njia hii. Kwa hiyo hutakiwi kujisifia, hutakiwi kuchukua utukufu. Wewe unatakiwa tu kuwa makini. Yaani wewe ni chombo tu. Mungu anakutumia vile anataka. Akiamua leo anakupa nyimbo itabariki wa Kenya, ibariki wa Tanzania, ibariki watu wote, ni Mungu amependa. Kwa hiyo so bidii ya mtu itisani anze nikasema mimi ndo star. Walikuwepo mastaa kabla yako na watakuwepo kabla yangu. Kwa hiyo hilo lisikusumbue eti maybe una maforo bilioni ukafikiria wewe ndo wa kwanza. Walikuwepo. Kwa hiyo ni mwanzo tu ya.
Okay. Na gospel industry ya Kenya ukiangalia unaionaje?
Ipo vizuri, ni watu tu wameshindwa kujua gospel na biashara. Watu wameshindwa kutofautisha industry na ministry. Ndio maana inawachanganya. Watu wanasema gospel ilikufa. My friend, gospel haijaikufa na haitaikufa. Ipo, ilikuwepo na itazidi kuwa. Waliokuja na biashara yao ndio iliisha. Unajua kuna watu walikuja na nyimbo, wanajaribu kuingiza nyimbo ambazo si gospel, waziweke kwa gospel. Zikae gospel, wakazicheza. Wakati walikuja kujua ziko kwenye maandiko, wakatoka wakaenda mahali wana fit. So watu wanafikiria eti walitoka kwa gospel. Hawakuwa artist wa gospel. Kwa kuwa wanaimba nyimbo zinakaribia. Kwanza ni wao wenyewe walizibadilisha. In fact ni wao wenyewe walibadilisha wakaziita gospel, lakini hawakujua. Maybe mtu alikuwa anaimba nyimbo ya kuimbia mama yake, au alikuwa anaimba nyimbo ya kuhimiza mtu, au alikuwa anaimba nyimbo ya kutuhimiza Wakenya. Watu wakafikiria anafanya gospel, wakamweka huko. Kwa hiyo wakati watu walikosa kwamba aiendani, wakaamua hapa atufit, wakajifix mahali kwao. Lakini gospel ilikuwepo. Kuna nyimbo tumekuwa tukiimba, kwa mfano kuna nyimbo kama ya Media Teno waliimba kitambada nyimbo ambayo imetokana na maandiko. Kuna nyimbo kama Kigame, mshukuruni Mungu, tumekuwa tukijua mpaka saizi hivi.
Bado inaendelea.
Kwa hiyo mtu akisema kwamba eti gospel imeshuka, mimi simuelewi kidogo, nikimwangalia simuelewi. Gospel haijaishuka.
So na haijawahi ilikuwa ndio imeisha.
Biashara ya mtu fulani, watu fulani ndio iliisha. Haipo hiyo. Lakini gospel ipo. Neno la Mungu halibadiliki. Neno la Mungu na Mungu mwenyewe ni yule jana, leo, hata kesho. Itakuwa tu vile vile. Na gospel hakunaka siku utasema eti imepanda imeshuka. Hapana, Mungu hapandangi na kushuka. Mungu ni yule.
Constant. Ni yule jana, leo na milele.
Kabisa.
Okay, sawa. Unazaambia nini wasanii wenye wanaibuka katika gospel? From your experience, your journey.
Mtu anatakiwa tu ajue kama ameitwa ama amejiita. Hivyo tu, hakuna maswali mengi. Nijue, yani ujue tu umeitwa ama umejiita, au kuna mtu alikwambia ukiimba injili utapata hela. Akakupotosha. Kama una mwito wachana nayo.
So mtu anajuaje uko na mwito?
Utajua uko na mwito kwa sababu umeitwa. Kwa sababu kama sijakuita wewe unakuja kufanya nini? Sijakwambia njoo. Wewe mbona unakuja? Okay. Utajua kwa sababu
kuna hiyo kitu
kuna ule mwito unapewa na Mungu. Mungu anakuambia nimekuita na kama nimekuita nitakupa maelekezo.
Alright.
Nakwambia hivi ndo natakiwa kwenda. Kwa hiyo mtu yote ambaye hana mwito siku zote atajikoroga. Manake ameenda kufanya kitu ambacho sio chake. Anang'ang'ana, anajaribu aweke hii, hata matio anatafuta inakataa. Lakini ukiwa na mwito hakuna siku unang'ang'ana. Uwezi ukang'ang'ana. Yani hizi vitu inakuwa tu ni automatic.
Alright. Okay. From all the songs that you sang, kuna yenye umeshaimba ikakuministeria wewe mwenyewe at a particular time kwa maisha yako?
Yeah.
Gani hiyo?
Nyakati zote.
Tuambie kuhusu
nyakati zote nilifanya radio. Nyakati zote kuna time nilifika nikafeel kama vitu zina change haraka. COVID ikakuja ikapiga watu wakafeel wako chini, hakuna kitu ina move, biashara haziendi nini. Alafu watu wako wanabadilika. Unakutana na rafiki yako leo mnakuwa marafiki, kesho unasikia amekugeuka, anakupiga na maneno nyuma yako, anakukula na maneno. Ndio nikakuja nikaimba kila nyakati zote na majira yote Mungu anabaki kwa Mungu.
Tuambie kidogo tusikie.
Sasa hivi kila nyakati zote pia na majira yote Mungu Muumba wa mbingu unabakia kuwa Mungu. Afu kuna verse inasema ubadilishi na hali yangu, hakuna cha kukushinda wewe, usemalo kwangu ni kweli, Baba wewe ni mkweli. Yani hakuna kitu inabadilisha Mungu. Majira yabadilike, kuwe kuna COVID, hata saa hizi vile kuna maandamano, Mungu anabaki Mungu.
Mungu anabaki Mungu.
Watu wageukane, watu mpange dili wakugeuke kesho, Mungu anabaki kwa Mungu. Kwa hiyo ndio nyimbo ambayo inanipa moyo sana.
Wow, amazing. Umegusia mambo ya maandamano. Kuna wadu konao ya Wakenya unaweza taka kuambia Wakenya ama our leaders?
Ile kitu tunapenda kuambia Wakenya tuko na waongo wengi. Especially leaders. Ni waongo. Ni waongo. Ukiangalia kutoka kwa president ukuje mpaka hapa chini, mpaka wachungaji ni waongo. Hakuna mtu anataka kusema ukweli kwamba ukweli uko hivi, tufuate hivi. So mpaka hata wale raia wanafuata wote wamechanganyikiwa na hiyo roho, kwa sababu uongo ni mwingi. Hamna mtu anaambia mtu huu ndo ukweli, tufuate ukweli. So kila mtu anavuta kwake. Kwa hiyo tunatakiwa tu kumwomba tu Mungu atuelekeze. Na Wakenya wao wa kweli, wachungaji wao wa kweli, viongozi wao watu wa kusema ukweli. Usiwe mtu unakuja unatuambia leo hivi. Sababu ukiangalia kama sasa hivi kinachonishangaza sana, tuko na uongozi ambao tunasema ni Mungu ametupatia. Na kila kiongozi kwa kweli hutoka kwa Mungu. Lakini kinachouma na kutia uchungu zaidi ni kwamba hata wale watu ambao wamepewa hilo jukumu na Mungu wamejisahau. Sasa unasikia mtu anasema kwa TV, anasema tuliwanyorosha. Hakuna Mungu hapo. Ulinyorosha nani? Kama Mungu alikupa neema ya kututumikia kama Wakenya, tutumikie. Wacha kutuambia vile ulitunyorosha, unatia kidonda kwa wengine. Na wakiwa kuhubiri upendo, kuhubiri umoja, na at least taifa liisi kila mtu ako comfortable. Na hii nchi Mungu ametupa sisi. Ni sisi tunaweza kujaribu na mikono yetu au tujenge na mikono yetu.
Wow.
Kwa hiyo tuimizane kwa umoja, tupendane. Wakenya, hakuna mtu atakuletea food kwa nyumba yako. Ni wewe na Mungu wako na shida zako.
Kenya ni yetu.
Kenya ni yetu. Ni sisi tu tunaweza kuijenga na mikono yetu au tuibomoe.
Okay. Yeah. Amazing. Tukifunga, tunataka kujua mali watu watapata music yako, na maybe if you have a final word and unataka kuambia watu.
Cha mwisho chenye tunapenda kuambia watu, tusiache kumwamini Mungu. Hata kuko haja ni usiache kumwamini Mungu. Imani yako muda wote iwe kwa Mungu, na kila kitu unafanya Mungu awe namba moja, kwa sababu Mungu hawezi kukupeleka kona mbaya, hawezi kukupeleka pabaya. Muamini Mungu kwa kila kitu anafanya. Muziki wangu upo, ukienda YouTube ukitafuta Dan Mogore utanipata, ukienda Facebook Dan Mogore, Instagram, hata TikTok tuko tu ni Dan Mogore. Unaandika D, unaandika A, unaandika N, una space, unaandika jenye inachanganyaga watu ni Mogore. Mogore ni M O then G O R-E utapata Mogore. Yaani ukiandika Dan Mogore utanipata tu.
Point. Hata ilikuwa imewekwa kwa screen so wataipata.
Yeah.
Tunataka kufunga lakini tunataka ufunge na hii wimbo wako mpya Najidai.
Aha.
All right. So thank you very much for tuning in for Good Morning Kenya from 6:30 all the way till almost 10 a.m. We value your company. My name is Stephanie Ayata, and on behalf of the team, we wish you a great day ahead. Enjoy the rest of your viewing. Najidai by Dan Mogore. Tuimbie.
Gharama zangu zimelipwa, aibu yangu ameondoa, kwa mapigo yake nimepona. Nasikia kujidai, najidai, 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 najidai na huyu Yesu. Asante. Kushukuru sana. Thank you for hosting me. Nasema nini? Stefana. Asante.
What's up, guys? How are you doing today? It's Tayo. Today I'm going to be sharing with you the history, the culture, the lifestyle of the beautiful people of Mombasa. So let's jump right in.
Welcome to Mombasa.
Mombasa is a coastal town in Kenya, East Africa. It is also one of the most beautiful places to explore on the continent due to its location on a coralline island in a bay of the Indian Ocean, with numerous beachfront hotels that appeal to travelers in search of sun, sand, and surf. And its Arab, Indian, and colonial European heritage make for a wide variety of sights to see. The old city has a strong Middle Eastern vibe with narrow streets, high houses with carved ornamental balconies, and mosques and temples. The old town covers an area of 72 hectares and is inhabited by a mix of local Arab, Asian, Portuguese, and British settlers. Our first place on the list to explore was Fort Jesus, which was built by the Portuguese and is now a museum. It was built towards the end of the 16th century on the coastline near Old Town Mombasa. Mombasa was a transit place for trade at that time and a getaway to India, and the fort was built to protect the town from outside invaders. The fort stood over a spur of coral, and it tells the story of how the Portuguese at one time ruled the trade routes of the Indian Ocean. I'm learning so much about the history, and you can see all these cannons here. They're facing the water outwards. On this other side of this wall is the water, and this is how they used to defend themselves against intruders and other people who are coming. It's so interesting to see that everything here was made from dugout corals. They took chisels and hammers and they were digging, and I can imagine how long it must have taken them to be able to build something like this. Our next task was exploring the main town of Mombasa. We visited Moi Avenue, which is known for the Mombasa tusk, 2 pairs of giant aluminium elephant tusks crossing the dual carriageway. The tusks have become a popular tourist destination for the city. Just across the roads from the tusk was Uhuru Gardens. I've never seen this many fruit bats in my life. They were in the thousands. To explore more of the city, we decided to take a ride in a tuk-tuk, which is a 3-wheel rickshaw. It's the best and cheapest way to move around the city. We visited the Hindu temple in the middle of the city. Its main attraction is the eye-catching colorful double doors with beautiful carvings. It's open to everyone to explore for free, but make sure to be respectful by removing your shoes before entry. Mombasa has one of the most beautiful white sand beaches in the world. Also, along the beachfront are an array of hotels and villas that you can stay at to experience the Indian Ocean. This is one of the beaches here that they have in Mombasa. And as you can see around me, lots of people come here on the weekends to come and chill and also experience the Indian Ocean. It is just bordering the Indian Ocean, which is also one of the cleanest and clearest in Africa. Just look at how clear the water is. That's one thing I love about Kenya.
My name is Gabriel, born raised in Mombasa, aka 001. This place is a very nice place to chill. It's one of the most best places I can say to relax. Me coming out in this place is whereby we come with our friends to just come and chill out.
To really experience the beachfront, I would say you try out one of the water adventures here.
Mbona hukuniambia?
Farah.
Mam, mbona hukuniambia?
Mimi ukinisaidia vile unataka, mimi nitakujenga.
There are rumors that you have another family.
Well, this is my family and I think it's one.
Senior Sergeant Farah, you're in charge of the team.
The Mozart Bait Cup enters the round of 16 on the 1st and 2nd of April 2023. 11 top-tier teams, 3 National Super League sides, and 2 from FKF Division 1 side meet in the Clash of Titans. 2009 KPL champions Sofapaka will square it out with Darajani Gogo of Kibera from 1 p.m. on Saturday, the 1st of April 2023, before Kenya Police lock horns with Ulinzi Stars in an all-forces derby at 3 p.m. at the Kenyatta Stadium in Machakos. On Sunday, the 2nd of April 2023, Kariobangi Sharks will be up against Equity from 1 p.m. as they pave way for the clash between Premier League sides KCB and Bidco United at 3 p.m. at the Kasarani Annex. Catch all the actions live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1. Who will be the 2023 undisputed champion of the Mozart Bait Cup and get the golden chance of representing Kenya in the CAF Confederation Cup tournament? KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
40 years on when afar and asunder parted are those who are seeing today. Mwanaume anakutandika
Sasa ndio maana
unatandikwa,
you use
you are
your
pulled
wings.
into the house while you are very
You didn't
busy.
even know what was happening.
Yeah, you are there.
Kwa nini unatandikwa?
At you open this door. Mlango unafunguliwa. Bunge la mtu ndio huyo. Anakuvuta ndani, anafunga mlango.
Alafu umechapwa.
Unachapwa until you are senseless.
Naandika ivaskan kuna njaa, nenda kupika bila makaa, na waita na mnakata, mnasema pop culture ni ya mavijana, kushiba ni baada ya sala, ni aje watu njua kale, na una watch pop culture na mrembo, Adhiambo, au sio? KBC, sigusi udai mtu wangu.
Good morning, you're tuning in. This is KBC Channel 1 and this is BizCheck. I'm Regina Manyara. Here we speak matters of economics, money, as well as current affairs in regard to what is happening in the business circles. Now, before we get into a candid conversation this morning about tea production and why we're not consuming tea that we grow, we want to take you to the Kenya School of Government where the Cabinet Secretary, Elidowalo ICT, is meeting management and board members of KBC in regard to reforms and such. Let's have a listen in.
Cabinet to give direction and help the institution to move to the next level. So we must be very specific on what we want. And when I discussed with the MD, I thought that what, in summary, we are expecting today is for the people in this room to discuss, led by the managing director, a couple of things. And these are the things that I thought are important so that we have specific asks. I'm not going to go into detail, but just to help everybody to be in sync with what we want. With what business model, for example, are we looking for KBC? KBC is torn between the commercial interest, journalism, and public interest, journalism. How do we balance that? So, when we go to cabinet on this item, what is our ask? In the CAB memo, second, assets. The assets which we have, buildings, everything. What is their status? How do we want to use these assets to improve the economic situation at KBC? So, this land, how do we utilize it? These buildings, how do we utilize them? What is the lease status of this these assets? So when we go to cabinet again, what is our ask? Are these assets being utilized at market rates? So on assets, I expect at the end of this day, we have a specific ask which will go into a cabinet memo. The third thing that I quickly want to tell so that everybody knows we have no time to waste but to get straight to the point. Even in the presentation, I'm hoping that we must discuss the question of debts. So, the debt situation. Yeah, you have heard about the Japanese debt, which goes to about 0.7 of a billion. You have heard about the Channel 2 debt with these guys in London, which goes to about 2 billion. But we also know that there are issues with pension. That hampers KBC's position to do that, to work with partners and engage in new business ventures. So, what is our ask that should go in their cabinet memo? The contractual agreements that KBC has had with other people, including MultiChoice and so on, what are they? And do they benefit KBC or they are benefiting other people? Again, when we go to cabinet, what is our ask? The question of modernization of equipment cannot be overemphasized. Ladies and gentlemen, we have this case of medium wave outdated, and we want to move the radio transmissions to FM. What sort of modernization do we want? And what is our proposal? What do you want cabinet to allow you to do? Do you want it to allow you to enter into agreements with other people so that you can modernize the equipment? What is your specific ask? Do you want it from Exchequer? If Exchequer doesn't work, what happens? That's what we are expecting from this meeting. Digitization of content also is there is a lot of information to be digitized, some going back to 1960s, and we could lose it, and the conversion would be very difficult in the short run, in the long run. So, new technologies have come. What does it take to digitize? We have some money which is coming in through the government the digitalization of government services, which you know about. But is it enough? How much time do we need? If we wait for Exchequer, are we likely to succeed? So what is your specific ask? What do you want? Which door do you want cabinet to open for you? Then, of course, the restructuring of personnel. What can KBC do to ensure that we have the right personnel doing the work? Even if you are to suggest retrenchment, even if you are to suggest retraining, how much money would you need? So what are you asking cabinet to do? And then of course, related to that content is the question of whether we are going to have a research unit that actually understands the psychology of the audience. I'm sure you are preparing content and you have done that. If you have not put a psychologist in that team, you had better include a psychologist who will understand the psychology of our audience before you prepare content. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the highlights that I've shared with the managing director, and I asked him, while presenting his document, should hinge on this. And for you, as members of this distinguished gathering, you need to make practical proposals under some of those headings, some of those pillars, which will form the basis of a cabinet memo, so that when the CS goes to cabinet, he has a specific ask which can transform, help government, help you to transform this institution. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the highlights of what we expect today, and I hope that under each of them and the others maybe which you have thought about, which we have not included here, you are likely to come up with something tangible that we can present to cabinet, and which the president will be happy to receive and probably give some directions on how we can move. So time for making showbiz is over, and we hope that from this meeting we will have a cabinet memo ready by the 15th of April so that the CS can do the presentation to cabinet. So with those remarks, I would like to invite our distinguished CS Eliud Owalo to make his remarks and give direction on how we can proceed today. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I think I'm audible enough, eh? Okay, so first of all, thank you for convening here so that we have a discussion on the roadmap that we want to pursue, the transformational roadmap that we want to pursue to take KBC forward. We are all aligned on the fact that KBC can do better. We must transform this great institution. And to transform this great institution, we need some measurable level of creativity and innovation. We have to think outside the box. We are aware that we have got dilapidated infrastructure, we have outdated content. We need to look at the business model. Well, those are overall issues that need to be addressed, strategic issues. But now we are looking at the specific interventions. Whenever you ask people from within KBC, or even at the ministry, what we need to do to turn around KBC, people tell you that there's a cabinet memo waiting to be taken to cabinet. That is not creative enough. Because that means that you are looking for money from the exchequer. Yeah? And there's already a drain on the exchequer. Yeah? So we have to think outside the box and think of ways and means of optimally utilizing our idle assets, cleaning our balance sheet by addressing those historical financial issues that have kept on bogging down KBC, because unless and until that is done, you will not be attractive to the private sector by way of investment. Everybody wants to put money in a viable enterprise. Nobody will want to put money in an enterprise that is full of liabilities. So those issues need to be addressed. Yeah? The thinking right now in government is that organizations need to think of innovative ways of re-engineering their business operations so that they can become financially sustainable, as opposed to perpetually relying on support from the exchequer. And KBC is not an exception. So don't expect me to take a cabinet memo to the cabinet asking government for financial support from the exchequer. Those requests have to be made through the normal budgetary processes. Are we together, Bwana MD? Yeah? The way you ask for money, the normal budgetary framework. We don't take financial requests to cabinet. Financial requests, you put them in your annual work plans, you put them in your annual budgetary provisions, and you ask for money the normal way you get money from the what? From the exchequer. That is an operational issue. It does not need cabinet. So we'll only be taking to cabinet issues to do with a policy intervention or issues that cannot be sorted out through the normal government framework and therefore needs prior approval from cabinet. But not going there to ask for capital injection. That you request for and justify through the normal budgetary framework. So we really have to think outside the box, if not without the box. As we move forward, there are historical issues that must be addressed. Those issues of the Japanese loan, these issues of the Channel 2 legal issue, you have to sort out those issues so that they don't keep bogging you down. You have to think of how to put your assets into optimal utilization, while also taking into context the fact that those are public assets that also need to be protected, as is envisioned in the Constitution. I'm still waiting for answers on certain issues which have not gotten up to today. For example, on the working arrangement that you have with multi-choice. What is it? Because I'm told you signed one agreement with perhaps 3 different players, and you are paying 3 different entities for the same service. Those are questions that cannot keep on lingering. They have to be answered moving forward. So all these historical issues, challenges, we have to sort them out. Just the same way we have to come up with a clear roadmap for doing what? Moving forward. So let us come up with a viable proposition that can then go into the cabinet memo. But don't wish away some of these challenges I'm talking about. They have to be addressed, and the time to address them is right now. They have to be cleaned up. Are we together there? Yes. These issues have to be cleaned up, and you cannot clean them up if you are wishing them away. They have to be taken head on. If there are irregularities which have dogged the organization, this is the time to address those issues. If there are questions which are still lingering, this is the time to answer those questions. We can go ahead and plan, come up with very clear roadmaps. But, Bwana Chairman, unless and until we also have a sound governance framework on the basis of which our transformational agenda is anchored, we will keep on having one challenge after another. So good corporate governance is imperative. Everything that we are going to do within the organization must be done within the law. If you do the right thing, I'll protect you from unnecessary external influences. Are we together? Yes. But if you are doing the wrong thing, I'll not be there for you. Because everything that we are doing must be within the ambit of good corporate governance and our constitutional dispensation. Those are the remarks that I wanted to make. Now we can go ahead and listen to the transformational paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CS. Patrick, please.
Ben Chumba, Lunchtime News.
ومن قام ليلة القدر ناتكيسمام ليلة القدر akiwa anafanya ibada yote imani wa ihtisaba, akiwa na imani na anataraji thawabu kutoka kwa Allah, ghufira lahu, anasamehewa ma taqaddama min dhanbihi, dhambi zake zote zilizotangulia. Hizi ni katika fadhail na khairi na mazuri kwa waja yanayopatikana katika mwezi mtukufu wa Ramadhani. Basi huwezi kwa compare na mwezi mwingine.
Jinsi ya kujiandaa na mwezi mtukufu wa Ramadhani ni kama vile kusoma dua, pia kupunguza safari na shughuli ambazo uko nazo, vile vile kusoma Qur'ani na kujikurubisha na Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, na mwisho pia kusameheana na wenzako ambao mliweza kukosana nao.
That's the power of remembering Allah.
I miss my mother and my father terribly. I miss my family, my brother Benjamin, and my sister Dina. My beloved son.
He is born.
What shall we name him?
Joseph, the exalted one.
Joseph of Egypt.
Tulia. Mbona hukuniambia?
Farah,
Mam, mbona hukuniambia?
mimi ukinisaidia vile unataka, mimi nitakujenga.
There are rumors that you have another family.
Well, this is my family, and I think it's one.
Senior Sergeant Farah, you're in charge of the team.
Good morning, and sorry for that particular sound hitch there, but we are back on the road, ready to bring you up to speed with what is happening in regard to the demonstrations, as well as a recap of what is happening at the Kenya School of Government, where the Cabinet Secretary, Digital Economy and Communication, Elido Walo, alongside PS Broadcasting, that is Professor Edward Kisiagani, is meeting departmental heads of Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Among the issues that were discussed is regarding to matters of reformation and looking at KBC's business model so that it can bring it back to profitability and such. You'll have a comprehensive report from our reporter Fred Moki, who's currently covering that particular meeting. Now, to bring it back to studio, the question is, we grow tea, but do we consume it as we should? And in as far as we're growing tea, as far as tea production is concerned, is it a worthy venture? Taking us through this conversation is none other than the CEO of the Kenya Tea Growers Association, Apollo Kiari.
Thank you.
Now, let's start on a very light note, given that tea is one of the main, export, or rather foreign exchange earners for the country. Mm-hmm. I'm sure tea farmers in the country at this point are smiling all the way to the bank, given where the shilling is at and against the dollar. Tell us, what is the status report in regard to tea earnings in the recent times?
Thank you, Sheila. Tea is a very interesting crop. It's an interesting commodity traded globally. And as you rightfully say, we trade in dollars at the Mombasa tea auction. And that is only one aspect of the activities that we undertake. And when you look at how the dollar is behaving currently, we can say yes, that variation in terms of the shilling versus the dollar is trying to cushion some of the losses, some of the constraints and the challenges that the farmer goes through. So we cannot say 100% it's a very profitable business at the moment, but we can yes say that it's cushioning. And whereas it's not good for the country in terms of availability of the dollar and the cost it has, it is cushioning the farmer in the tea sector in terms of the inputs, in terms of meeting cost of production. So yeah, thank you. It's
You're
good for
smiling all the way back.
not really. I don't want to say yes 100%. I'm saying it's cushioning us. It's assisting. Yes.
But then let's look at in terms of our output in as far as production is concerned. We had a record in January, February. The production went down. What about March? How is our production looking like?
No, lines have just hit the ground, especially in the Rift and also around the Mount Kenya region where we do tea. We expect in the next few weeks crop to go up. Production had really dwindled almost to 40%. That meant that activities had also gone down. But within the next few weeks, the next 3-4 weeks, we'll see production going up. That has a converse effect in terms of the demand by the buyers, because they see this huge production, so even there's availability of more tea, so in terms of giving you a good price, they also go down. So it's the issue of supply and demand.
Supply and demand.
Yeah.
You know, when there's a lot of supply, demand
tends to relax.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, we know tea, coffee, these are crops that we have grown up listening to, that these are, our main crops and such. But then we are seeing tea, acreage under tea is shrinking with urbanization and such. How are we looking at smallholder farmers when it comes to tea growing? How are we handling the competition between other cash crops and tea growing?
Incidentally, tea remains a very strategic crop for this country, noting that it's the largest foreign exchange earner, so to speak, next to diaspora remittances. And then there's horticulture and floriculture at third place. Tea is over 50 years old in the country, same as coffee. And so these are mainstay crops for the country. And to start with, what I would say is that I wish we could give them that attention that they require, so that they are not just crops that are handled haphazardly without a clear direction. I'll come to that shortly, but to go to your question, is that we are surviving with tea because there's still demand for it. People will still take tea. But from a Kenyan context, we don't take tea. We produce too much tea, and we don't take it. We only consume 5% of the total tea production.
Why don't we consume more tea? If you ask, I mean, yes, you should be consuming what you're selling, but we always go, let me take you for tea, let me take you for coffee, but now we do not end up taking tea. Why?
Shira, tell me, you left your house in the morning.
Yes.
Did you take up a cup of tea?
And I had coffee.
You had coffee?
Yes.
You came to the office. I can see water placed in front of you. Is there a flask of coffee around this room?
None.
Or tea? None? I think it's an issue of perceptions, trends, and preferences. Tea is likely or mostly being taken by the old generation who prefer a warm, hot cup of tea in the morning. And then during the day, they'll want to take another one around midday, thereabout, and in the evening. There are times you would go into hotels and you find the high teas that used to happen around 4 o'clock in the evening. Now, go to our conference room in these big hotels around the country. You'll find bottles of water and what do you call them, dispensers, water dispensers. But you'll not find a flask of tea or a tea urn placed in the conference room where people can take tea in Kenya. So we produce a lot of tea, we consume 5%. A country like China and India, they consume almost 80 to 90% of their tea. So that's why you find that the value of their tea is very high if they were to export it or to offer it into the market. So from a Kenyan context, we need to go back where we were. I remember those days, VOK, we used to see advertisements every time is tea time. And we got addicted to tea. But I'm telling you right now, when you go to a hotel, you go to a restaurant to ask for tea, you'll be looked at suspiciously by your colleagues. They direct you to order something else that I don't want to mention.
We will not go there.
Yeah.
But there's also, since you've brought up this issue of perception, when you talk about tea growing has been a preserve of the old generation. Why would a university graduate actually plant or grow tea? What would motivate them to actually grow tea?
What we need to do as a country to encourage our young people, our university graduates, and anybody who wants to do a business and to get attracted to tea is to make it, one, profitable. Because if there's money in it, then you'll go for it. The kind of tea bushes we find in our country, and especially in the smallholder sector, that's people with less than 10 acres, 5 acres, 1 acre, half an acre. This is tea bushes that have been passed over from grandfathers to their fathers to their grandchildren, and they keep it because of aesthetic purposes. It's not because it's profitable. Somebody will say, I was educated by tea, so I can't dare uproot a tea bush. Even if it's not commercially viable for me, I'll keep it there. I see it when I go to Gichagi over the weekend, I can see my tea bushes and I feel good, but it's not a profitable business. FAO did a study sometimes back about 10 years ago, and they determined that anybody with less than an acre of tea, you'll never make profits out of it. And those are the majority of our farmers, over 500,000 farmers who are in that category of less than an acre of tea. Meaning, they are putting money in this pocket, removing it from this other, but you don't see a change in their livelihood because there's not a profitable business. Okay. Anything over that, yes, you can break even because of cost of production keeps going up every other day, but the prices remain stagnant. So it's not attractive to people because it's not making money. And I think we need also to, in our curricula in the schools, in colleges, can we introduce tea, which is a strategic crop for the country, a foreign exchange earner, make it a subject that people can learn. We have a university here in Kenya that teaches issues of tea. Karatina University is trying to do that. But do we really have courses on tea production, tea manufacture, tea marketing, and all that?
You raise pertinent questions, and now this brings up the question of emerging trends in tea growing. We have seen an increase in demand from the Chinese market for orthodox tea. We are also having it demand in continental Europe. Talking about these emerging teas, just last year we had the Tea Research Institute come up with 5 varieties of tea: green, yellow, and black, so to speak, as well as white. Has this changed? Is this the direction that we need to take so that now we can have more uptake of tea growing?
I think that's the direction to take in terms of making tea profitable business. Because the black tea that we produce in large quantities is sort of saturated in the global market. Statistically, last year, the total global production was about 6,000 kilos of made tea production. No, consumption. Production was 6,300 million kilos. So it means that production outstrips demand. That's black tea. Now go to the specialty teas you are talking about. The orthodox, the oolong, the white, the green tea, the purple tea, name them. Those are infusions and extracts. Those could be the direction that we need to think about, because I would think that as I leave my house, I would like to have my infusion with a health benefit connotation in my flask. I sip as I drive. Okay? When you sit in the office, people are conscious of their health these days. So they would like to have something that is addressing to their health consciousness. So can we be able to produce teas that address that? Make tea a sexy product, attractive to people, right? But now to do that requires a lot of input, it requires a lot of marketing, it requires a lot of strategies, it requires a lot of policy, legislative, and it's quite a big challenge. But globally, that is the way to go. Otherwise, we continue producing black CTC, then we'll not be able to see profitability. Yeah.
The government has been undertaking various reforms within the coffee sector, within the tea sector, and one of the issues was actually pushing, or rather the drive towards this specialty teas, growing of these specialty teas. Do you think we're doing enough, especially when it comes to policy and government, to have this, farmers supported in growing these specialty teas?
As I said, there was that hype that purple tea would sell globally. Actually, the value was being said you sell it at between $5 to $10, a kilo. But then, who are the consumers? What percentage, what proportion of the market consumes that special tea? It's mostly high end. The people who can afford high quality products, for that matter. And so, say that you'll be able to convert our factories to produce those quality, those types of teas, the specialty teas, to do the proper marketing, because you cannot produce a tea or a product and you don't know where you're taking it. Who will buy it? So that's what we really need to do first. Come up with a marketing strategy under the Tea Board of Kenya, or any other platform government would want to set up, with clear mandates of looking up and opening up new markets. Because without that, then we will be going around. It will be a vicious circle. Open up new markets. Identify the consumers of that high-value tea. Then come and tell me, produce this tea, there's a market there. Assured market. Rather than produce tea in anticipation. Then you end up with containers of tea in your warehouses that is not going.
Talking about earnings, there's been talk that we have a lot of middlemen cartels between, tea marketers and actually tea growers, looking at even the Mombasa tea auction from where you sit. How do we address this to ensure that the tea farmer back in Kericho, who is working hard to actually grow the tea bushes, gets the earnings that they require?
I think there's a big misconception about that, the issue of cartels and the issue of middlemen in between. Once tea is made in a factory, it's final, it's finished, it's ready for consumption. So the only thing that the farmer does, be it a smallholder farmer or a large plantation farmer, is to take it to the market. And globally, the market where tea converges for sale is Mombasa. Globally, it's the largest tea auction in the world. So you take it there. When you go there now, you'll find the buyer waiting for it. And what you have is a person called a broker. It's the wrong term, so to speak. I would rather call it something else, an agent. You said a broker. A broker is the one who is told by the buyer, can you get me so many kilos of tea this week, this quality, this grade? Yes? So the broker will look around all the factories that are producing tea and identify where that tea is coming from. And then he'll be able to assess the tea, inform the buyer that this is a tea that is available in so many packages, and the estimated value. Okay, he'll assist the producer who is sitting in Kericho or Kirinyaga to connect with the buyer, because I don't expect the farmer in somewhere in Meru to have his agent in Mombasa talking with the buyers. So that broker cum agency connects the two. And that's the only intermediary between the producer of the tea and the buyer, period. And there's an agreed kind of framework as to what do you pay to the agent as a buyer and what do you pay to the agent as a producer. So that's the practice. And that connotation that there are so many cartels, we would like to see and identify them. Maybe they are faceless.
Most often cartels are faceless, but we feel their impact overall.
Yeah.
Now, since we're saying we need to focus or rather incentivize, tea production. We're seeing that even our tea, when it goes out there, when it comes back in some sort of value addition. Changed. We sent it raw, it came back, it's something else. Why have we been talking about value addition within the tea production value chain, and still, we are still talking about it and nothing is being done? How do we correct this?
Yeah, we've talked about value addition so that it can bring more revenue, so to speak, to the farmer. And by value addition, what are we talking about? Is it blending different grades to produce a special brand that you have identified as a packer? Is it, packaging in small components, small packages into tea bags? What is value addition? That's what we need to ask ourselves as a country. And the challenges of value addition, whereas it's a platform for better earnings and better revenues to the farmer, is that the challenges it has is, how do we determine, one, once you package in those small quantities, and you have a brand, name it whatever name you give it, that's what we are talking about. Who will take that tea? Already, globally, there are established brands of tea. You go to the big supermarkets in Europe, there's a brand you'll find. Just like you go here in Kenya, you'll find a brand of Coca-Cola, or you can go into the wine or the brewery industry, you'll talk about Taska. It's already branded. So what shall we call our tea? Shall we brand it as a straight tea, Kenyan tea? Or will you brand it with other teas from other countries or from locally? Give it a name and export it there. You have to do a lot of marketing to open up that space. Yeah? Because of this competition, definitely. And those existing brands have been there for over 70 years. Well established, multi-billion-dollar networks. So how do you penetrate that? As an individual factory in Kericho or in Nandi. So you will need government support to be able to discuss with the governments that those markets are, agree on friendly tariffs, duties, agree on, transport is a big issue, because if you transport tea in bulk, you transport more of it. You transport in small packages, you transport less, but you pay the same for the space in the containers and all that. So it's a big discussion that we're having with government, and we want to see how well we can be able to structure it in a way that it adds value. Because the minute tea is packaged, value added is done in those countries, we're exporting jobs, because they are doing the value addition in those countries. Why don't we do value addition here in Kenya, so that we employ people here? So what goes out is the final product for drinking. We need to look at the policies that we have. Do we have a tea policy? We don't. Do we have frameworks to support the producer or the investor who wants to do value addition? The incentives, tax holidays, import duties on raw materials that you bring in, the packaging materials that you want to bring in, the machinery and the equipment that you need to do to be able to do the value addition. So there's a big host of discussion that needs to be undertaken between industry and the government. And to say here that let it not be that it's the producer whose knowledge and capacity is to produce tea. Let the space be opened and a platform created whereby me, as an investor, I'll go to the bank, borrow money, and decide I will do that value addition, get the raw tea from the factory, do value addition, and export it. That is a discussion that can happen, and it can earn good revenues.
Talking about discussions, I'm trying to open up at some of the recommendations that were made by a task force that undertake, some survey in Kericho, and some of the recommendations they made was around mechanization, and the proposal was to have at least 60% of the tea plantations worked and manned by, mechanized 60% acreage and 40 to be handled by human resource. What do you think about this particular proposal? This was done in Kericho, and I can see the Kenya Tea Growers Association was present and part and parcel of participating in that particular process. Do you think that this would change the outcome?
Yeah, we are aware that last year the county governor for Kericho did commission a task force to look at the issues of tea production within that county holistically, not only targeting issues of mechanization, but holistically tea, because Kericho is a tea country. Actually, it produces the largest amount of tea within the country. And it was a good initiative because that discussion now will enable us to talk to one another, not at each other, because that's what has been happening over time. The industry has not been able to have a common environment to talk with the government, both national and county. So the recommendations from that report, we did make our input. We explained why we went to mechanization, and that's I think where we need to start. Why did we go to automation of tea plucking activities? One is because of cost of production. Over time, over the last 20 years, tea prices have remained flat, not changing. If you look at the trend, never changing, averaging $2.50 per kilo. But look at cost of production over the last 10, 20 years. Labor has gone up by almost 20%. Look at energy, electricity, gone up. Inputs, fertilizer, going up. Transport, name it, warehousing, going up every day against a flat price stagnation. So, and when you look at the plantation subsector of the country, which contributes 40% of the tea that is produced in this country, they are labor intensive. They still are, because they employ thousands of people. So, to mitigate on that, the most prudent thing was to automate. Put in equipment that are done all over the world. Actually, we are competing with other countries, and they are, Argentina, an estate of about 1,000 acres is run by about 40 people. Yeah, because it's highly automated, both at the factory and at the garden. So one of the things that took us there is to mitigate on cost of production. And until we have a solution to cost of production, I don't know how we can be able to say that we will apply this percentage on mechanization and this percentage on labor. The people who have been left to do automation and mechanization are earning good salaries. They are living in better houses. They have better medical services, access to education. So it's on the converse that less employment but better packages in terms of earnings. But then what has happened over time that led to mechanization is that no people, no workers have been dismissed or terminated or declared redundant on account of redundancy. It's out of natural attrition. Somebody retires, somebody is dismissed for lawful cause, somebody resigns, somebody dies for whatever reason. Instead of replacing, you apply an equipment to assist. So that is the facts behind the automation. And I think now we have an opportunity to talk with government, both at national level, county levels, so that we can educate them. I think the fact is that nobody ever told them why we are doing this. But we have an opportunity to talk and discuss and get a solution.
Now, while we are having this conversation, we've already said that tea growing is not attractive to the younger generation. And actually, tea growing is passed on from one generation to another. These conversations that sector players are having, are you involving the young, or rather the youth? Because these are the ones who are going to still inherit those acres of land.
Yeah.
Yes. Are we having these conversations with them?
Land is very emotive.
Yes.
Tea is gone on land, and land is very emotive. Because I'm there who owns 2 acres of tea. He wants to hold on to it until his time is gone. Okay, there are those who say that I have 5 acres, so I'll give you 1 acre here, there, you, his sons. But he'll not give them titles. So the title will remain with him, but he'll apportion and tell you that is your tea. So sell it, it's yours. Learn your family with it. So, but when it comes now to politics of tea, as in getting into discussions of how tea is grown, the earnings behind it, the inputs behind it, you'll find it's the owners of the tea who actually are in the forefront. So it needs a change of mindset and also, clear policies as to what needs to be done. But I can tell you, I have not seen the youth getting very interested in this business. I don't know what we'll do to them.
What happens when they inherit the acreage?
Most of them are working here in Nairobi, in urban areas, so they have their workers out there. How many kilos did you pluck today? 10 kilos. Did you take it to the buying center? Yes. Whatever comes, they're happy with it. Because they're not doing it because of profitability, as I said. It's aesthetics. Yeah, I have a tea bush. When he's bragged with his colleagues, I have tea bushes in Chags. So he's a tea farmer by paper, not by action.
Then what is the future? What is the future then of tea growing in the country? Given the statistics as we are, maybe in the next 20 years, you've said tea has been in the country for the last
50
years.
Yeah.
Now imagine the next 20 years.
Unless we make it, as I said, more profitable to those with small portions, because that's where the problem is. If you have a small portion of land, believe you me, you'll not break even. So unless we make it profitable, by way of restricting, over-regulating it and stifling it, letting it learn as it used to learn before as a gentleman's industry where my word and your word would stick. The future looks bleak, both from an interest perspective, people who are interested in doing this business, because they continue complaining that prices are not good, we want to uproot our teas. Unless there's something that can be done, though, can government assist the smallholder farmers who have less acreage to uproot the very old moribund tea bushes that were planted in the 1930s and the 1920s. Those teas are not productive anymore. They've reached their optimum, they cannot produce, their yield is going down every day. But to replant and to wait for 3 years before you start plucking again, what will that farmer be using as his revenue? A strategy needs to come out whereby they are assisted in uprooting the old low-yielding clones, putting high-yielding. Tea Research Foundation has been able to come up with very versatile kind of clones that can yield highly and resistant even to drought and to pests. And that could assist them to be able to make an extra coin. As it is right now, it's nose diving in terms of production, unfortunately.
Sad, yes?
Yeah.
But then I'm trying to figure out what you said. Whenever we go to a restaurant or such, we often say we are going for coffee, tea, but we do not consume our tea. Maybe also a mind change set in terms of our consumption then would also increase the value of this tea out here.
We have the Tea Board of Kenya, who is the regulator of the industry, and they have the marketing department under it. I think they need to go out. Why is India consuming 80% of their tea? In China.
In China too?
Yeah. Why are they consuming all their teas? Are we also making tea very expensive?
That's another question I wanted to put to you, because right now if we were to give a survey within the supermarket, for you can get a sachet of mixed coffee retailing at around 18 shillings or 15 shillings. Mm-hmm. That is coffee. You have creamer, you have your sugar, you have coffee.
Yes.
Then you go looking for tea. First of all, tea, we do not have instant tea unless it is a tea bags. They're not sold in sachets, they're sold in small boxes.
Yes.
And when you look at that, you're talking at around 390 or 500 shillings, depending on the size of the box that you have. The question, pricing and how it's affecting the consumption of tea locally.
Yeah.
But who gets to decide that?
Now, as I said, issues of policy. Tea is zero rated when it's for export. As long as it comes from the factory all the way to Mombasa, straight into the containers and out at the port, zero rated because it's for export. You go to a tea factory now, they have small shops within the gates, and you want to buy tea, it's VAT charged. It's a food commodity. Other items like milk, like unga, they don't attract VAT. Why can't we make tea VAT free at our local door sales, at the factory door sales? The kind of discussion we've had, because I've been in the industry now for the last 10 years, and we've had discussion with government that what do we need to do about VAT, exempting tea from VAT at the factory door sales? What kind of loss will government experience, treasury for that matter, out of that VAT? Whatever they lose, whatever billions, is it 13 billion per year? We can gain it by allowing small manufacturing setups to crop up, because they're able to buy tea at a factory price that is zero rated, VAT free. They're able to do those kind of teas we are talking about, small packaging, the kadogo things, yeah, that everybody will want to take. It will create a value chain on its own. It will create employment. It will attract tax. Whatever was lost out of it will be covered in these other aspects. You see? So that's the kind of discussion we wanted to have with government. Because, as you say, yes, tea is expensive. And actually, you'll find imported teas are less expensive than our local teas. Why? Because they have very good tax rebates in their own countries. So they'll be able to manufacture a tea very cheaply, bring it here, pay the duty to bring it here, and still sell it cheaply than what we do. It's policy issues, both fiscal and also, legislative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There you have it. We have been speaking matters of tea production and also looking at why Kenya is producing one of the greatest quality in terms of quality teas in the world, with a lot of demand driven from even China as well as continental Europe. But yet we do not consume our tea. Issues of, high prices and such. And we've had from none other than the CEO of the Kenya Tea Growers Association, Apollo Kere, who says that we need to have a change in fiscal policy as well as legislative policy so that we can return tea growing to profitability. I'm Regina Manyara. You're still watching Biz Check. For now, we take a quick breather. We'll be back discussing matters of ICT, connecting private sector, government, as well as consumers. Do not go away.
Mbona hukuniambia?
Farah,
Mam, mbona hukuniambia?
mimi ukinisaidia vile unataka, mimi nitakujenga.
There are rumors that you have another family.
Well, this is my family, and I think it's one.
Senior Sergeant Farah, you're in charge of the team.
Niachilie pana. Nitokee pana.
Akiiba anapatia wewe, unaweka kama mtoto, inaanza kunyonyesha na kumbe unanyonyesha chuma.
Sasa hii kama pia ni mwizi. Hata wewe you are a thief. Hebu toka uende. Toka uende.
Na jamaa alipita toka pita na taa. Mira yangu moja ni 1350.
Sawa. So
hiyo ni kama kununua gari kutoka Japan.
Let us use common sense.
Unaelewa hapa ni wapi?
Naelewa mheshimiwa. Na ndio kitu tunajaribu kukuelewesha, but you don't understand.
Because Ruben is the man that I love. This is crazy. I only ask you not to be blind. Don't be blind and go back home.
No, Fabiola, I'm really sorry, but I'm not going back home. For what?
Hey, speaking of the veterinarian, did he accept the job? We have 2 mares who are about to give birth.
Did you ask Alonso to work in Las Bandidas?
Please wait here. I'll go get Marisol. Marisol! Marisol!
Why are you just staring at me? What's going on?
How did you get hurt? I just found a medical report sitting on your desk, and it said that you need new medicine every 3 days, can't eat spicy food, and can't get your wounds wet. How did you really get hurt? You told me you fell in the bathroom. Do you think I'll believe that ridiculous story?
I'm way better looking than her. You know, Jenny is not really that beautiful, but she's always been really strong.
Are you that scared of me?
I'm not.
A cup of tea won't kill you.
Listen, please stop talking. Whatever you say, I really can't handle it now.
Jenny.
I'm all right.
What happened?
Liam.
The Mozart Bait Cup enters the round of 16 on the 1st and 2nd of April 2023. 11 top-tier teams, 3 National Super League sides, and 2 from FKF Division 1 side meet in the Clash of Titans. 2009 KPL champions Sofapaka will square it out with Darajani Gogo of Kibera from 1 p.m. on Saturday, the 1st of April 2023, before Kenya Police lock horns with Ulinzi Stars in an all-forces derby at 3 p.m. at the Kenyatta Stadium in Machakos. On Sunday, the 2nd of April 2023, Kariobangi Sharks will be up against Equity from 1 p.m. as they pave way for the clash between Premier League sides KCB and Bidco United at 3 p.m. at the Kasarani Annex. Catch all the actions live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1. Who will be the 2023 undisputed champion of the Mozart Bait Cup and get the golden chance of representing Kenya in the CAF Confederation Cup Tournament? KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
You're still watching Biz Check right here on KBC Channel 1. I'm Regina Manyara. Now shifting focus from matters of tea production and consumption and delving into ICT. It is pegged to be the driver of the fourth industrial revolution. And I'm handing you over to my colleague Brian Kimani, who engaged the Information, Communication and Digital Economy Cabinet Secretary Eliud Owalo about the upcoming Connect Summit that is going to be held on the 2nd of April, where KBC Channel 1 is the official media partner for this particular important summit. To you, Brian.
Kenya has undergone tremendous transformation in the ICT sector, with major government services being digitized. There is a target to digitize 5,000 more government services in the next couple of years. This week on Inside Government, we're talking to the ICT Cabinet Secretary and Digital Economy. This is Eliud Owalo. He's going to expound more on these and, of course, the upcoming Connected Kenya Summit, which is happening next week in Diani, Kwale County. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here.
Thank you and welcome to the ministry.
Asante sana. You sit at the Apex policy formulation body in government, and when you cast a bird's eye view of this industry, what conclusions do you make?
That we have got great potential as a country to position Kenya effectively in the global space through ICT. There are immense opportunities that we can leverage on to position Kenya effectively as the ICT hub of Africa. It is doable and we are here and ready to do it. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you see any regulatory reforms that are needed, and if you can go into specifics?
You know, we have got major interventions that we want to introduce. One, we are through the digital superhighway, which is a thematic area in our Kenya Kwanza plan. We want to roll out 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable. We want to establish and operationalize 25,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots spread evenly all over the country. We want to establish 1,450 digital hubs. We want to digitize all government records and digitalize all government services. In the same vein, we want to introduce a digital identity so that Kenyans can interface virtually with the government in the course of consumption of services. We are also introducing a national addressing system, just to mention but a few of the major interventions that we are having in the ICT space. Now, some of the existing policies, such as the ICT policy, will need to be reviewed to be aligned to emerging issues in the operational environment, and also to be in tandem with global best practices. We have got the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act that ensures that as we consume ICT services, it is also within the confines of data protection and data security as is required. We may need just to tweak that or update that a little bit to be in tandem with the emerging trends. In a nutshell, what I can say is that on a continuous basis, we will be engaging stakeholders through relevant stakeholder fora so that we get their input as to what we need to do as a ministry to align the policy, legal and regulatory framework to best practices elsewhere, and also ensure that all interventions that we want to introduce will be anchored on a sound policy, legal and regulatory framework.
And of course this requires substantial resources in terms of human capacity as well as financial resources. Yes. When it comes to human capacity, what is the plan to try and upscale the public service?
You see, our concern as ICT ministry, based on our mandate, is ICT human capacity across entire government. For a start, we have taken to cabinet a memo that would ensure that the ICT function is elevated to the level of a directorate in all ministries. Now, the net effect of this is that ICT personnel within the ministries will get involved in decision-making processes and levels within line ministries, as opposed to before, where ICT was basically just a unit in most of the line ministries. So we have elevated it to the level of a directorate, and we have gotten cabinet approval to that effect already, and the Ministry of Public Service has been asked to take the necessary action to that effect. That would ensure that we bring in more people at various levels, both here at the Ministry of Information Communication and the Digital Economy, and also in the line ministries. So in the not too distant future, we'll be onboarding a substantial proportion of ICT staff. We are also going to ensure that through the Ministry of Public Service, we benchmark salaries and benefits, and of course by extension the salaries and remuneration communication will ensure that the salaries and benefits levels of staff is benchmarked with what is prevailing in the market, so that we are not just attracting the relevant ICT staff, but we'll also have the capacity to retain them. Yes.
The President, Dr. William Ruto, has pronounced himself on this issue that ICT and digital economy is going to be a key player in these administrations' tenure. Where do you see ICT in the next 5 years?
It is the single most critical success factor for this country moving forward. If you look at our Kenya Kwanza plan, which is anchored on 5 thematic areas of agriculture, housing, universal healthcare, small and medium enterprises, and the digital superhighway, you realize that deliberately and consciously ICT was deemed as a single or a standalone thematic area. This is because it is an enabler to all the other thematic areas, and also a critical success factor moving forward. Now, we are looking at a situation where, leveraging on technology, in the not too distant future, we are going to run a paperless government. A government that will not have any manual processes. This would ensure that certain segments of the Kenyan society, which have been experiencing challenges because of low levels of automation, have got those challenges adequately addressed. Just to mention but a few, let's pick health. We want to run our health management system electronically, we must have an electronic health management system, which would ensure that at the press of a button, the medical record of an individual Kenyan can be obtained from birth to date. That will ensure that we cut down the costs, because we will not be having duplicity of effort. You move from one medical facility to another, you are being asked to undertake the same processes you had undertaken in the previous hospital that you had been to, or which you had gone through with your previous doctor. So we are targeting health. If you look at the Ministry of Lands, for example, we want to leverage on technology to ensure that our lands registry is fully automated, the processes there are fully digitalized, the records are digitized. That would unlock into the Kenyan economy a minimum of 100 billion Kenya shillings. When it comes to the Kenya Revenue Authority, we are currently collecting revenue which is below the optimal levels because of inadequate levels of digitalization. We want to enhance our revenue collection by, first of all, leveraging on technology to bring in more people into the income bracket. For a start, look at what we have done in the medium and small enterprise space. Through the Hustler Fund, there is a critical mass of Kenyans operating at the bottom of the economic pyramid who hitherto had got no means of income, but now have got access to affordable credit, and they'll now be in gainful economic activity. The import of that is that we are bringing in more Kenyans into gainful economic activity. They will now be within the income bracket, because that fund is being disbursed while leveraging on technology and also repaid using technology. They'll be now in the income bracket, and that means that we have got an additional critical mass of Kenyans who will be eligible to pay tax. What we are saying is that if we automate or digitalize all our operations, we will enhance the number of Kenyans who are in gainful economic activity, enhance the number of people who are within the revenue, the tax bracket. Our tax levels will go up. If that happens, we should be able to collect adequate revenue, not just to pay off our taxes, but also to have surplus to finance our recurrent and development expenditure. Through technology, we will strengthen the immigration services. We will ensure that our border services is fully automated, just to mention but a few. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And your ministry, yes, is the one expected to drive this digitalization of government services. Yes. Can you expound a little bit on that?
Well, you see, we are the internal advisor of government on all matters ICT. We are charged with the functional mandate of ensuring that we have got a sound policy framework at the apex level. And once that policy framework is in place, everything else has to be aligned to it. So, in simpler terms, what we are saying is that the entire ICT framework and any digitalization processes that we will undertake within government must be aligned to both the overall ICT policy and also our digital master plan. We have got an elaborate digital master plan on the basis of which all our ICT interventions from now up to 2032 will be anchored. That digital master plan entails the thematic areas of digital infrastructure, digital skills, digital entrepreneurship, and of course digital commerce and a sound legal policy and regulatory framework. If we have got that digital master plan and the ICT policy in place, then as we do digitalization in government, the role of the ministry therefore will be to oversee and ensure that all digitalization is aligned to the policy, aligned to the digital master plan, and also conforms to certain minimum standards as is required. Through that process, we will also ensure that we don't have duplicity of effort.
You're almost clocking 6-7 months since you came into the office.
Yes.
And it's proper to say that there has been major achievements, yes, in this industry. Would you be kind enough to enumerate some of the achievements?
We have embarked already on the digital superhighway. There are 100,000 kilometers of fiber. We are currently at 25,000 kilometers already. As government, we want to do 52,000 kilometers, and the private sector 48,000 kilometers. We have already had forums of engagement between us, the integral players within the public sector, and the private sector, so that we agree on what each and every integral stakeholder segment is going to deliver as far as the digital superhighway is concerned. That process has already been embarked on. We have already onboarded contractors who are going to roll out the government component of the digital superhighway. Between now and June, we envisage that we should be able to do another 5,000 kilometers between now and June alone. June alone. Annually, we envisage that we will roll out the 25,000 kilometers within the next 5 years. 25,000 kilometers every year. Yeah, to give us the sum 20,000 kilometers every year, to give us the sum total of 100,000 kilometers. We have already had a good work plan that ensures that the roles and responsibilities are clear, the targets are clear, the timelines are also clear. So in terms of meeting that threshold, it is realistic, it's attainable, we are going to do it. When it comes to the 25,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots, again, we have already embarked on this. Our hypothesis is that by June, we shall have done a minimum of 2 free Wi-Fi hotspots in each and every county within the Republic of Kenya. We have also already embarked on the 1,450 village digital hubs, so that our youth who have not managed to go through the full hog of our formal line of education by going all the way to the university, at a minimum after Form 4, they should be able to be trained within the village digital hubs, so that they get the ICT skills that is required. And on the flip side of it, as government, we go ahead and match the skills, competencies, and capabilities domiciled within our youth with global jobs, digital jobs in the market. That will create a critical mass of jobs among our youth, digital jobs, because we no longer have white-collar jobs. So it is our proposition that we envisage that within the next 2 years, we should have gotten for our youth a minimum of 2 million digital jobs. And this is work in progress. We have also gone ahead and embarked on the process of setting up the digital laboratories. This is being done through a partnership between this ministry, the Konza Technopolis, and the TVET Authority under the Ministry of Education. So far, we have established about 25 digital hubs, and by June, our proposition is that we shall have established a minimum of 100,000 digital hubs within the TVETs. Of course, we will go a step further and then now establish the same in schools. In terms of the digital skills program, we have embarked on massive training. Of course, you are aware that the Ajira program has been ongoing. Through that Ajira program, we have already trained about 1 million youth over the last few years. Now we have got the Jitume program. This is the program we are launching in partnership with the TVET. And through this Jitume program, we envisage that in each and every TVET in this country, we are going to establish the digital hubs, and we'll be having a minimum of 200 devices installed in each and every one of these TVETs, so that the youth can get digital skills. That again is fundamentally in progress. As we speak, we have already established about 250 digital laboratories. Within the e-commerce, to facilitate e-commerce, we have embarked on the process of making sure that we have the national addressing system. We have already at the tail end of the policy framework. We have developed the draft policy. Now we are at the level of the stakeholder engagement. On digital entrepreneurship, we have reached out to the private sector, most so the telecommunication company. They have come together as much as they are competitors, but they have realized that they can come together to enjoy economies of scale and help us fill the void of smart but cheap smart enabled phones that we are experiencing in the market. In our proposition, we do not need to continue importing these phones from China or Korea. We have got the capacity locally here, technically and otherwise, to enable us become our own manufacturers of these phones in the long run. But for a start, we are embarking on local assembly of cheap, smart enabled phones. Based on feasibility studies that have been undertaken, we should be able to roll out these phones in the market at a unit cost of $40. Within our Konza Technopolis, we have already laid out basic infrastructure to ensure that the environment is enabling for the private sector to come in and invest in the digital space. In our view, Konza can be our own version of the Silicon Savannah, and perhaps it's the single most critical success factor that would ensure that we position this country effectively as the ICT hub of Africa. So we are appealing to the private sector to come in and invest there. We already have a data center there, a fully fledged data center where government ministries and parastatals are already onboarding their data. We view that data center as secure, and we encourage the private sector to also onboard their data there. Konza itself, based on its own reputation and the reputation of this country as a viable ICT investment destination, has managed to secure the rights to host an international ICT conference in this country next year. This will help us not just position Kenya effectively as the ICT hub of Africa, but it will be a major source of foreign exchange for this country. Approvals have already been gotten from cabinet to that effect, and Konza has embarked on the process of preparations for hosting the international conference. On policy, legal and regulatory issues, we are, of course, working in partnership with all stakeholders in the industries, embarked on the process of reviewing the laws, policies that need to be reviewed to align to emerging issues in the operational environment and also benchmark with global best practices. And some of these laws include the Communication Act, the Kenya Film Act, the Data Protection Act, and in fact we have gone a step further to operationalize the Office of the Data Commissioner. You are aware that one of the risks that we run in the face of massive digitalization is exposure to cyber attacks. So we have operationalized the Office of the Data Commissioner to ensure that there will be adequate data security and also data privacy. We have set up as government a multi-agency team that will continuously, as we digitize our records and digitalize our services, continuously they will also be looking at issues of the level of exposure to cyber attacks and coming up with an elaborate mitigation framework that would ensure that we don't expose ourselves to cyber attacks. They are monitoring the trends in cyber attacks globally and making sure that we have got an elaborate mitigation framework built around all the interventions that we are introducing. We have also put in place, because we want to pursue e-commerce, we have developed an e-commerce strategy. We are now moving to the level of operationalization and engaging all other stakeholders, including Parliament, to pass the necessary legislations to that effect. But on the hindsight of it, let me also mention that apart from this massive digitalization we have embarked on, this ministry is also charged with the responsibility of broadcasting and telecommunication. And we have embarked on deliberate steps to ensure that we revitalize the operations of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporations. We want to upgrade the infrastructure, we want to review the content and ensure that the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation is effectively positioned in the market. We are similarly revitalizing the operations of the Postal Corporation of Kenya in line with e-commerce strategy, because that really is the frontier. Yeah, we want Posta to embark on major e-commerce initiatives that will ensure that it punches at the right way to the market. The other major initiative we are taking is the Kenya News Agency revitalization. We want the KNA to be the single source of news for all sector players in this country. It has got wide infrastructure spread evenly all over the country, and we want to leverage on that to ensure that it is not just collecting that news, but it can also sell that news to each and every integral player within the media industry, but of course not for free, at a revenue, which revenue can be plowed back into its operations to ensure that we revitalize its operations. So in a nutshell, those are some of the major initiatives that we have embarked on. Yeah, and the future is bright.
The future is bright.
Yes.
And it's proper to say that, this is what you'd call a packed entry for you, and of course for your team. When you look at the universal digital coverage, Kenya is a member of the King's Bloc, which is a block of 5 digital superpowers in Africa. We have Kenya, you have Ivory Coast, you have Nigeria, you have Ghana, you have South Africa. But still, when you look at our situation here in the country, the digital gap is still a major challenge, and especially more in the underserved communities, as well as what we call the gender digital divide, whereby women, their representation in the ICT sector is about 30%. What are the strategies in place to ensure that this gap is filled?
What happens when you allow the private sector to solely do its bit? Everything that they do will be driven by profit motivation. What brings about marginalization of certain regions by way of ICT infrastructure is that the private sector doesn't find it viable to roll out fiber in those places, for example. But we have got the Universal Service Fund. In those areas which are not adequately served by way of ICT infrastructure or fiber optic cable, to be specific, the government has already mapped out those areas, and through our Universal Service Fund we will ensure that we take fiber to those areas. So that will be addressed. As we do all the digitization processes, of course we are alive to the fact that we need to undertake comprehensive mainstreaming, not just from a gender perspective but in all aspects. So that again is work in progress. That as we do the digitalization, we will ensure that no critical segment of the Kenyan society, be it based on gender or be it based on age set, will be left behind. We want to carry aboard everybody. Yeah.
And also talking about filling the digital gap, the cost of broadband in this country is rated to be higher among the King's countries. What strategies are there in place to ensure that we suppress the cost of broadband or cost of access to internet?
The cost of any commodity or service is informed by the cost of inputs which go into the intermediary or productive processes. Now, one of the interventions that we need to introduce in this digital infrastructure space is the concept of shared infrastructure. For example, if one telecommunication company has already laid out ICT infrastructure or fiber in a given area, there is no need why correspondingly again another one should lay out infrastructure in the same area. We need to come up with a legal framework or policy framework that would ensure that entities involved in the digital space can share infrastructure. That would lead to a fundamental reduction in their overall operational costs, which will be transferred to the final consumer by way of reduction in the cost of data.
Now turning on to the upcoming Connected Kenya Summit,
Yes.
When you look at the last 12 years, this has become a critical platform in the growth of ICT industry in this country and the region at large. And when you look at the theme for this year is endless opportunities and shaping of our future, what are your thoughts on this topic and your guidance on what you'd like to see the conversations achieved there?
Now, one, let me start by stating that this is a very, very viable initiative, because it is a forum that enables you to bring on board all the integral players in the ICT industry at one table for purposes of discussion, to discuss the challenges faced, be able to design the opportunities which exist, develop a common position on what needs to be done to exploit those opportunities. So it is a fundamental program. It is imperative that once in a while we get together so that we discuss these issues as members of the ICT family. So that, in my view, is imperative, and it cannot be gainsaid that it is a very, very important forum. As far as the objective or the theme of this year's forum is concerned, there are endless opportunities that we can leverage on by way of ICT. And I've just mentioned one, which is the digital jobs. We no longer have white-collar jobs. If we leverage on technology, we can acquire a critical mass of digital jobs for our youths. If we leverage on technology, we can enhance the efficiency, the levels of efficiency and the effectiveness in our service delivery, and also re-engineer our business processes. So the benefits of ICT are enormous. I would wish to see, as an integral output of this forum, how we can leverage on ICT not just to reduce the costs of production, how that cost of production can translate into a reduction in the cost of living, because the cost of living has been a major concern. If we can come up with sound propositions as to how, by leveraging on ICT, we can reduce the cost of living, to me, that will be a game changer. If we can come up with a clear roadmap as to how we can create jobs while leveraging on technology, that to me will be an integral benefit from this program. Because one of the fundamental challenges we are facing as a country, not just here but elsewhere, is high levels of unemployment. At the end of the day, I would also wish to see very clear policy and legal propositions that need to be addressed moving forward in line with changes and emerging issues in the operational environment, and while keeping also in tandem with global best practices. If those could be siphoned out and profiled, then it will give us a clear roadmap as to what we need to do as government to align to emerging trends within the ICT industry, and also benchmark with global best practices from the policy and legal and regulatory affairs perspective. Yeah.
And of course, it's a good platform, definitely, Connected Kenya Summit. But what is good, it can get better. Yes. How can we make the Connected Kenya Summit, not only a Kenyan affair, but a regional platform, an African platform, and a global platform where ICT issues are discussed, where major decisions are made?
You start by calling. Already have a Kenyan forum. I believe we have got the capacity to host an African forum, and in the not too distant future also a global forum. I mentioned to you that KONSA is already hosting a global ICT conference next year. So we can also have an African connected forum and a global connected forum being hosted here in Kenya. That will not just enable our locals showcase their innovations in the global ICT space, but it will also be a major source of foreign exchange reserves for this country. Yeah.
Before I let you go, of course you have enumerated so much that needs to be achieved within this space. Can you paint for us a picture of how this industry would look by the year 2027?
We'll be running a paperless government. As a country, we'll be running a paperless government, and that is why we are preparing people for that. We are embarking on the process of ensuring that we have got a digital identity for all Kenyans, so that once we digitize all records and we digitalize all services, Kenyans will not need to visit government offices to consume services. If they have a digital ID, they can consume services from the comfort of wherever they are, including but not limited to their own homes. That will be a critical change within this country, that we are not using manual processes anymore. And we are not just doing this at the level of national government. This week we have got a meeting already with the ICT Committee of the Council of Governors, and whatever we are doing at national government level will be done at county government level. So we are moving in tandem. So to me, running a paperless government and making sure that all our processes are digitalized will be a critical success for this country.
Very well. Anything else you need to add?
Well, we are appealing to all players to join hands with government in this major initiative. Most of the initiatives that we are embarking on require high levels of stakeholder alliances and partnerships. We are willing as government to partner with the private sector in most of the initiatives that we are undertaking, and we believe that in the not too distant future we should be able to realize our vision of an empowered and digitalized Kenyan society. We can, through these ICT initiatives, position Kenya effectively by way of comparative advantage in the global marketplace.
Very well.
Yeah.
Bwana Waziri, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on KBC. Yes. And your insight and input is highly appreciated.
Thank you very much. It was indeed my pleasure.
Thank you very much. What we have been talking to information, communication and the digital economist here is Eliud Owalo, enumerating to us the achievements of the ministry and the targets that they are in the next 5 years and beyond. And of course, you have heard it from him, the strategies in place to ensure that we cement the position of Kenya as a digital superpower in Africa. My name is O'Brien Kimani. Thank you for your time. You have been watching KBC Channel 1. Thank you.
Now there is O'Brien Kimani was having that candid conversation in regard to where we are in as far as matters of information communication technology is concerned, interviewing none other than the Information Communication and Digital Economy Cabinet Secretary Eliud Owalo. The future is digital, and KBC is also on hand to bring you the Connect Summit that is going to be happening on the 2nd of April, where private sector, government, as well as everyone within the ICT value chain is going to be converging to speak and also deliberate on the way forward, given that ICT is driving the 4th industrial revolution. Now we want to take you to Mombasa County. It is the 3rd round of the opposition-led demonstrations that have already been termed as illegal by the government, but the opposition, through their leader Raila Odinga, has remained defiant and said that this being a Thursday, the protests are still going to be taking place. We want to have a feel of what is happening down in Mombasa. Joining us at this time is none other than Michael Mondiga to bring us up to speed. Good morning to you.
Well, a very good morning to you, Regina Manyara. Of course, we are coming to you live from Mombasa, and Mombasa is calm. The businesses were up and running as early as 5 a.m. in the morning. Nothing has been experienced so far in terms of demonstrations as the anti-government protests are on in other parts of the country. Mombasa is calm. Nothing to worry about. Residents here in Mombasa on with their daily activities as usual. There's nothing to worry about, and when it comes to school-going children, they are just on their normal routine learning. Nothing has been disrupted. Just a calmness has been experienced here in Mombasa County. And where I'm standing at the CBD, this is the Digo Road, or the post office offices in Mombasa. And if my cameraman Mark Modo will just pan around and show you where those pictures you are seeing right now. These are cars coming from the northern part of the coast region. All cars coming all the way from Kilifi, from Bamburi, the northern part of Mombasa County, and everything is okay. The police officers seen around here, they're just carrying on their daily routine on checking of the traffic to ensure that traffic is normal, and businesses are fine here in Mombasa County. And the pictures we're seeing right now, these are cars heading all the way to the Likoni crossing channel. And earlier on, the spot check we did earlier on at Likoni, everything is fine, traffic is okay, and there's nothing to worry about in terms of demos. Everything is calm. We are just enjoying calmness here in Mombasa. Business running as normal, and nothing so far to worry about. And this comes at the backdrop of Coast Civil Society yesterday saying that urging leaders at the national level to ensure that their utterances are sensitive to the current happenings in Kenya, just calling for leaders to ensure that whatever they utter to the masses, ensure that it keeps on ensuring integration and cohesion among Kenyans. So far, Mombasa is cool, Regina, nothing to worry about, and the people who had talked earlier on, they're anticipating that this calmness goes on as the situation it is at the moment. They are just anticipating that things will be okay. So far, Manyara, nothing to worry about. Mombasa is just calm, as I had alluded earlier on. Everything is fine. People's going to school. They are just going to school as their normal routine, nothing to worry about. Businesses were up and running as early as 5 a.m. and traffic officers, they just are carrying on with their daily routine of ensuring that no traffic snarl-ups and traffic is flowing in Mombasa. So far, nothing to worry about. Everything is fine, and we'll be back to you in the course of the day just to bring you up to speed on what will be happening or the happenings in Mombasa County. Back to you, Manyara.
In regard to what is happening down at the coastal city, Mombasa County has been regarded as one of the areas that the opposition garnered quite the number of votes. We expected to see demonstrators and protesters, given that this is, an area that is associated with opposition leader Raila Odinga. But as it is, and as our reporter has mentioned, their businesses were up and running from early as 5 a.m. It is also the month of Ramadan, and a majority of coastal residents happen to be part of the Islam or rather Muslim faith. So maybe that's why we are not having protests and demonstrations, but we'll be keeping tabs on Mombasa County as we also keep tabs on various parts of the country on a day that the opposition has maintained that it will still be rallying Kenyans to be on the streets, what they call as demos geared to bring down, or rather to force the government to bring down the cost of living, as well as other issues, including the opening of the IEBC servers. We'll be keeping tabs on that. We have various reporters who are at different parts of the country keeping a keen eye on the latest developments. If you are within the Central Business District and you are at work maybe at around 6 a.m., you'll have noticed the heavy presence of police security officers who are armed to the teeth, so to speak, with their hand grenade, with their tear gas, as well as batons and their rifles there. Just to remind you that this has been outlawed, so if you're thinking to participate in the said protests and demos, then you need to be careful. An area that also is heavily guarded happens to be all the routes that are leading to State House. This particular petition from the onset, quoting opposition leader Raila Odinga, is that this particular petition was to be taken to State House. But as it is, State House is also very much guarded. Only few vehicles are actually gaining access through State House Road all the way around to Arboretum Drive, as well as the State House Avenue there. Access is granted by virtue of who you are, where you're going, and if you're authorized to be using that particular route. Now, still keeping up with what is happening down at the coast, we're going to be having a candid conversation with none other than the Cabinet Secretary, Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, just looking at where we are in as far as the Blue Economy agenda is concerned. It's going to be conducted by none other than Junaid Karise. Good morning, Junaid.
Good morning, Regina, from Mombasa County. As my colleague Michael Mondiga has put it, business is as usual here in Mombasa. In fact, we are expecting the Deputy President at the Bandari Maritime Academy, where today 500 seafarers will be flagged off to go aboard ocean-going vessels. They have been poached by different manning agents. Remember, these are coxswains as well as different students who have pursued courses in the hospitality sector. They have been able to find chances and opportunities abroad aboard these ocean-going vessels. We had scheduled to have the Cabinet Secretary Salim Vuria with us today. However, he has to go receive the Deputy President, who will be here at around 2 p.m. That is when the event is formally expected to begin. But I'm joined with the Principal Secretary, Shipping and Maritime, Shadrach Mwadime, to also just give us a preamble of what we expect beginning 2 p.m. Karibu sana to set Bwana PS. Let's just get right to it. This is a significant milestone, having to export labor from the country abroad. And of course, we have seen it since William Ruto's predecessors, this program taking place. Right now, 500 is a good number for the pupils. How often are we expecting to see these intakes going, or this poaching from these students going to happen? Probably the frequency.
Thank you for having me here. We intend to increase the numbers even as we go along. We are only starting off with 500 as it is now, but I want to assure Kenyans that there are even others who have been taken on board since the Kenya Kwanza government came into being. As we talk now, about 30 will be embarking one of the cruise ships today, so they will not be able to join us, but the remaining about 470 should be able to join us, who will be embarking ships possibly from next week going forward. So this is an ongoing process. We intend to have as many young people as possible securing jobs in the cruise ships that ply along the Indian Ocean and also the international waters, and not only cruise ships but also cargo ships. So we're going to be very aggressive going forward. Our target is to ensure that we have about 5,000 every year, so that when we are through as a Kenya Kwanza administration, nearly 30,000 would have been taken on board.
I am privileged to have worked with your office closely since you assumed office. We were with you during the familiarization tour, and you were with the students as well as other stakeholders to understand some of the challenges that this program is facing. As to that, let's just go one by one. There was an issue of the fees, the STCW course that they're supposed to undertake before going, and also some of them have not completed their hospitality courses because of the fee program as well in the different university or colleges or TVETs. What exactly is your office doing, maybe partnering with some of the hospitality stakeholders to ensure that we are getting also those who have not yet done hospitality but are interested, so that we can, as you have put it, you can create jobs for these young people?
Yes, we have to appreciate that the standard of living, particularly within the coastal region, has been a little bit wanting, and that parents have had a challenge in terms of ensuring that their children complete courses here at Bandari Maritime Academy, and also the other educational institutions that train seafarers. So I know the dropout rate has been high, and I think this is one of the issues that was raised with me right from the beginning when I took over the State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs. Now, this is what we have done for the last 3 or 4 months. We have liaised with Kenya Commercial Bank. They are ready to give scholarships, and indeed, even the event that we'll have this afternoon, the CEO himself will be here to make a pronouncement to that effect. I've also implored upon the governors, particularly within the coastal region, to offer scholarships to students who want to train as seafarers here at Bandari Maritime Academy. But as a State Department, one of my semi-autonomous government agencies, that is Kenya Maritime Authority, has set aside 20 million shillings this financial year. Yeah, and we'll keep on increasing that amount as we go forward. This amount has been wired to higher education loans board accounts. We have a memorandum of understanding with them, so students can apply for loans to the higher education loans board for maritime studies. This is ring-fenced only for maritime studies. And previously, we gave 30 million. So in total, this is 50 million shillings that we are setting aside for scholarships and also for loans that can be given through higher education loans board. Yeah, so with this amount of money, surely parents should then not complain that they are unable to cater for college fees for their children.
I am one of a guardian of a beneficiary of this program, but one of the somehow challenges that we had immediately being recruited, the embarkation journey, of course, it's the procedure is very long and very expensive, and you have said that the KCB is bringing in money so that the students can acquire loans so that they can facilitate this process. However, between the time that they have been recruited and the time that they get on board the ships, it's a very long time, and of course you cannot force the manning agents to hasten the process. However, we are seeing some of them losing the goodwill of going or losing the morale because someone can stay up to until 1 year. We have also seen some of these manning agents dropping some of them to see that they can start again the whole process. Maybe the process was flawed. So what have you gone through this whole process with the manning agents to ensure to the students, because these are some of the lamentations that the students gave during the one-on-one that you had with them here at Bandari Maritime Academy?
Yes, what I'm doing is I'm trying as much as I can to get these employment opportunities from these international shipping lines. I appreciate the fact that sometimes they have to wait for a long period of time, but it's because those opportunities are also not available. So as a state department, we've gone out aggressively. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I was in Denmark, and I met the CEO of the Danish Shipping Line Owners Association just to implore upon her to give us those slots, and she assured me of the same. We have also approached the French government. Qatar government is also on the line. I had a discussion with our ambassador in Qatar because we have a memorandum of understanding with them. So yes, we are going to ensure that period that they have to wait before embarkment is shortened by getting those employment opportunities. And as a government, as a Kenya Kwanza government, our object is to bring up the people at the lowest level of the economic pyramid. These are the people we are targeting. So we will not sleep on the job. We will go out there. We will engage all these ship owners to ensure that we get these opportunities. I had an opportunity of sitting with the CEO of MSC, Mediterranean shipping company, and he also assured me that he was going to give me some slots. But what they are looking for also is quality labor. Quality labor is very critical, by the way. They are not just bringing on board anybody. People have to have high skills in order to compete in the international labor market. Yes. Yeah? So as Bandari Maritime Academy, we are also pushing towards ensuring that our curriculum is acceptable internationally, that we have the best facilitators here also, lecturers. As you're aware, we are also recruiting lecturers at Bandari Maritime Academy. The government has given us a go-ahead. National Treasury has set aside some resources for the employment. So I think we are in a good place as it is now.
Okay. Do we expect more partners to come in? As of now, those who are offering loans for the embarkation journey is only KCB. Are we expecting other partnerships as well?
We have approached Equity Bank also. They have their Wings to Fly program. If they can be able to include Bandari Maritime Academy students, will appreciate. We're also approaching other financial institutions, here in Kenya to give us support. But so far, Equity has shown some interest, and we hope and pray that the other financial institutions that we've written to will also respond positively.
Okay, finally, the issue of the union. The seafarers are under a union, and there have been talks here and there. When you came in, of course, you found that there was a divide between them. What have you done to ensure that as we close, everything is streamlined and they're speaking on the same voice? Of course, you cannot intervene on the operations, but of course, you just streamline to ensure that they are speaking from one voice.
Yeah, as you're aware, the matter had been taken to court. I may not really be able to comment much about the court issue because, we just have to allow the court process to be complete as it is first. But nevertheless, I've had a meeting with both factions because I think there are two factions fighting for leadership. They're just basically leadership wrangles. And we've had a sitting. We have discussed this issue. These are personal interests that are bringing in division amongst them. But once the matter is through in court, we should be able to call for elections so that the seafarers can then pick on people that they have confidence in to be able to take care of their interests even as they're out there in the sea.
For that young man or for that young lady who wants to get recruited for these jobs, what will be your clarion call? Because I realize so much sensitization has not been enforced at the grassroots level. You'll find that more upcountry people are aware, but here at the grassroots people, still the sensitization is still low.
Okay, so our approach as a State Department is to have as many TV and radio shows as possible. Indeed, tomorrow I'll be interviewed by Msenangu radio station. I was with Pwani radio station the other day. Today I'm with KBC. So this is our aggressive campaign. But other than that, I have directed the management of Kenya Maritime Authority to produce brochures that we can then be able to distribute, to all the county governments within the coastal region so that people are aware of the process of recruitment of seafarers right from the beginning all the way until embarkment.
Thank you so much. We are booking a date with you, on a letter date with you with KBC. Kindly allow us to come so that we can talk more about maritime security and so much about the Kenya Ports Authority, the shipping line. We haven't even talked about the shipyard yet, but please give us a moment of your time. We can come and do the interview. Thank you so much for your time. Regina, we are awaiting the arrival of the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, at around 2 p.m. He will be making his way here at the Bandari Maritime Academy, where he will be flagging off 500 seafarers who are going to be embarking on ocean-going vessels to hear what they have to say, their lamentations. Also, other stakeholders are present as well, so that they can give their testimonies as well as their wants for the Deputy President to hear what their demands are. I have been added more extra time, if you may. Let's talk about the maritime security. There have been incidences of some people. We have seen fatalities, I might put it that way. These are recent cases that I have personally witnessed and we have covered. What have you done? Because I'm sure there is a new maritime security aspect that have been brought in, that is you're working with other ministries. How have you set it up apart so that you can ensure that as tourists come, even as fishermen go to the EEZ, they are secure?
So the Kenya Kwanza administration is taking this issue very seriously. And a directive has been given to the effect that we establish a maritime security committee, which I will be chairing. The composition of the committee is the members are from the Kenya Police, we have members from the Kenya Navy, we have representation from the Kenya Coast Guard Services, We have representation from the Kenya Wildlife Services because of the marine parks that we have within our water bodies. So all the security agencies, including NGAO, the National Government Administration, you know, because National Government Administration coordinates also all these security agencies. They have been brought on board. And indeed, we launched the committee about 2 weeks ago. The entire membership of the committee, as I've indicated, was present, and therefore we will have meetings going forward to address some of the issues that you have pointed out, and also to lay strategies that can be able to counter some of these challenges that we're facing in terms of security in our water bodies.
If you realize, most of the BMUs right now, they have the basic training that a fisherman has. It's just to save me, but also the fishermen themselves might be drowning in some of the instances. This program, I know the framework isn't yet in place, the particulars yet, but who exactly is being targeted in this whole structure to ensure that even the beach boys who are there, sorry to call them that, if they are there, they can assist whenever any fatality happens, because in December we saw a ship capsize just here at the Pirates Beach. Who is being targeted in this whole framework?
So we are targeting the beach management units. Yes. We are targeting the local fishermen. We are targeting also the ones who take our tourists to our marine parks. And what we are doing, concerning what you have raised, you know, the issue of the accidents in our water bodies, is we are giving out free life jackets. Kenya Coast Guard has given quite a number as part of their corporate social responsibility, but we have implored upon Kenya Maritime Authority to set aside some resources, actually 20 million, which will be used to produce the life jackets locally. We don't want to buy the imported ones because we also want to create employment for Kenyans, you know. So farms within the country that will have the capacity, you know, to produce these life jackets, they have an opportunity now because of this small seed, you know, capital, an amount that we have set aside basically for production of life jackets. And then immediately after that, we'll distribute them for free, you know, to all the beach management units that we have in the coastal region, so as to ensure their clients are safe as they ply the waters.
The Kenya Coast Guard has been a subject of talk and negativity among the fisherfolk community in here down at the coast, on, of course, them being told not to fish the small fish for the fishermen, and also they have no confidence in the Kenya Coast Guard that is there. Has there been any strategic partnership to ensure that the fisherfolk understand what exactly the Coast Guard is doing, as vis-a-vis what the Coast Guard is doing to the fisherfolk community in terms of protecting them and their mandate?
Yes, so we are reaching out to our clients. The beach management units are actually our clients.
Yes.
To understand the mandate of the Kenya Coast Guard services, because they are there to ensure their safety. Their object is purely security, nothing else.
Yes.
You know, concerning discouraging fishermen from possibly fishing the young fish, the small fish, it's purely for sustainability.
Yes.
You know, so that we do not deplete our stock. We have to be careful on that. We have to do it in a strategic way, you know, so that we ensure that our fish stock, you know, remain plentiful in our water bodies, for sustainability. So they have to understand it from that perspective. But also Kenya Coast Guard has done a lot in terms of illegal fishing, because we also have a number of companies that come to our waters, our EEZ, to steal our fish. And therefore Kenya Coast Guard is there to safeguard our resources, you know, so as to ensure our locals are able to partake of this resource that is available within our blue economy.
I know the Cabinet Secretary is really passionate to ensure that the EEZ is calmed so that we can increase our tonnage as a country, and it has been a subject of concern. Yesterday he pointed out that you're increasing the boats so that the BMUs can be able to be capacitated. I'm sure you have done trainings for these fisher folks that are there, but are there any other plans to ensure that not only the BMUs that are going outside, what about any partnerships that you've done? Have you recalled any license for the bigger boats who are going on board who are supposed to come back in, or any other partnerships that you have done?
Now, this will be done in partnership with, obviously, the Kenya Coast Guard Service, because they are our enforcement arm. And indeed, there are quite a number of vessels that have been captured, The laws are very clear. If there is illegal fishing that is going on, or there are any other illegal activities taking place in the Indian Ocean, the law is extremely clear. We should be able to produce possibly a record, a report, on the number of incidents that have happened in terms of the illegal activities and the action taken. I think we've been a little bit poor on that. We will be more proactive so as to make you aware concerning what Kenya Coast Guard is doing. So yes, we've been able to arrest a number of fishing vessels that are doing illegal fishing.
Are you revising the licenses on how you're going to give them? Also, I don't know if we have any of our personal shipping ships that are going to the exclusive economic zone to also bring returns. Are we there yet?
Yes, we are there. We are there in terms of fishing. But we are not there, in big numbers. Not in comparison to Seychelles, not even in comparison to Tanzania.
Yes.
They've been able to exploit the resources within the EEZ more than us. But we have an aggressive campaign to ensure this happens. A very, very aggressive campaign. So we're trying to interest, by the way, even the business community here in Mombasa, within the coastal region, to see the resources that are available in the blue economy. They don't just have to be, engaged in logistics, in the hospitality industry, and the like. We want to interest them also to see what is available within their reach. This is a major resource at their backyard that they need to exploit for their own good.
Let's talk about Liwatoni. It may not fall under your department. However, it's a part of bringing the fish so that the processing can be done. The CS, again, is very passionate about the Liwatoni. In the past, we have seen complaints of the residents complaining that most of these industries or any plant that is being put here, the residents are not given a priority. I know the government is fast-tracking the construction of the Liwatoni site, but what are the plans to have some of the beneficiaries from our local investors as well as having the locals get employed fast when the plant kicks off the processing?
First of all, let me do away with the perception that has been created that coastarians, have been pushed to the periphery. It is not true. I'm personally from Coast. I'm a PS. The CS is from Coast.
Yes.
Really. The chairman of Kenya Maritime Authority is also from Coast. So this perception needs to be done away with completely. There are opportunities available for coastarians, and even Liwatoni is one good example. Anybody who applies, because it's going to be an open tender. There's nothing that we are going to do under the table. You can rest assured about it. Anybody who is going to apply and he qualifies to establish, a small farm, an enterprise, will be given that opportunity. I can assure you concerning that.
So when it comes to bringing in the fish from the EEZ and the ship that are not from the country, how do we ensure that the revenue that we collect is going to help us, other than it's not just a one-stop shop, so that because I understand they're supposed to bring all the proceeds from the ocean here so that we can do the separation and then the processing continues. However, what is to give confidence to some of these local investors who want to take the lease to ensure that they're getting maximum profits once the processing plant begins?
Okay, so let's begin with the processing plant.
Yes.
The processing plant is about value addition.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Because there's going to be refrigeration,
Yes.
first of all, yeah, then later on the canning, and finally the exporting the fish. Now, in the entire value chain, we're employing people. So employment opportunities are going to be available more so for coastarians, because those who are going to be employed will be from within the coastal region.
Yes.
So that's a plus to begin with. But yes, the government also will get its revenue. The resources that we will raise, obviously, we will have to give priority to the coastal region, also in terms of development. I'm not so sure concerning the breakdown as given in accordance with the law, but I know there's a certain percentage that also goes to the county government.
Yes.
So the county government also benefits in the process. Yeah. And therefore, again, going back to that perception, because I know that is what you are raising,
Yes.
it does not hold in actual sense, or it will not hold during the Kenya Kwanza administration. If that was the situation that was obtaining before, we are doing away with it. And as it is, we are aggressively going out there to ensure that coastarians benefit from these projects.
Again, I was present during the launch of the Kenya Shipyard Limited, and the promise was youth will be employed from this region. What is happening? Because since then, the government has just gone quiet on that facility, and we are not seeing any such flagship projects that are being conducted on that other side.
That may not be true. I think it's just that they have not come out in the open to say what they are doing. But I think it's something I can pick up. It's not a parastatal under my charge.
Yes.
It's under Ministry of Defense, but I'll raise it with the PS Defense so that then they can have public meetings and appraise members of the public of the much that they've been able to do so far. But this is a brilliant way, you know, to ensure not only employment, but maintenance of boats. You know, it takes a lot of money for the owner of a boat to take his ship to Dubai or possibly to South Africa, only for maintenance, and yet it can be done within. So Kenya Shipyard Limited is a brilliant idea that the government came up with, and I think as we pump in more money there, the locals will benefit in terms of, you know, being given jobs of maintenance, possibly painting the boats, or when it comes to plumbing works, you know, whatever work that can be done to maintain the boat. Those are opportunities for the local people here.
Okay, finally, let's talk about finally the Fisheries Act. I understand it was supposed to be enacted just before President Uhuru Kenyatta left. However, when the Kenya Kwanza government came in, it just took a pause and said it be revised before it's been enacted. What exactly is happening?
It's to take care of the interests of all the stakeholders. Yeah, we are doing away with state capture here, you know, so that everybody has a slice of the cake. So it is not deliberate to possibly ensure that some people miss out on this cake, but actually to bring them on board. And within a short period of time, you can rest assured those changes that are to be put in place will be put in place, and the law will be enacted.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Let's just go back to studio. We look forward to the event in the afternoon. Thank you for your time. Now we are waiting again the arrival of the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua this afternoon, where he is expected to come and flag off 500 seafarers who will be aboard the ocean-going vessels. I'm aware there's Royal Caribbean, there's MSC, there are so many ocean vessels here. We are expecting the manning agents also to be present to give, of course, their promise as to how these youths will be accommodated in these vessels. But this is a successful program. We are privy to some of the students who have embarked and are telling of the success stories of the seafarers. So as the PS has put it, the government is creating jobs for the youth to ensure that they are cushioned to lessen the unemployment rate in the country. So as we await the arrival of the Deputy President at around 2 p.m., I'm handing back to you in studio as you continue with the broadcast. But from the Bandari Maritime Academy, I'm Juni Karisa Mbele.
Thank you, Junaid, for that quick update as we await the arrival of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who is a key guest for that particular launch there, or rather of the seafarers. This comes at a time when we have been receiving reports in regard to Kenya's bid to tap more onto the blue economy. A report was indicated sometime last week that the sector in itself has the potential, an estimated potential of over 100 billion shillings in annual revenue, but it only generates about 4.2 million. And according to the CS, that is blue economy, is that this is because we are underutilizing, indicating that even pointing at the data released in 2019, where only total fish landings were at 24,580 valued at 5 billion, translating to 8% of the marine potential. So Kenya is keen on tapping the blue economy there, that promises to not only generate revenue but also offer employment. On that note, we could take a quick breather, but do not go away. We have an update in regard to the situation across the country on a day that the opposition has promised that the demonstrations are still on. Do keep it right here.
The Mozart Bait Cup enters the round of 16 on the 1st and 2nd of April 2023. 11 top-tier teams, 3 National Super League sides, and 2 from FKF Division Wide meet in the Clash of Titans. 2009 KPL champions Sofapaka will square it out with Darajani Gogo of Kibera from 1 p.m. on Saturday, the 1st of April 2023, before Kenya Police lock horns with Ulinzi Stars in an all-forces derby at 3 p.m. at the Kenyatta Stadium in Machakos. On Sunday, the 2nd of April 2023, Kariobangi Sharks will be up against Equity from 1 p.m. as they pave way for the clash between Premier League sides KCB and Bidco United at 3 p.m. at the Kasarani Annex. Catch all the actions live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1. Who will be the 2023 undisputed champion of the Mozart Bait Cup and get the golden chance of representing Kenya in the CAF Confederation Cup Tournament? KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Tulia. Mbona hukuniambia?
Farah.
Mam, mbona hukuniambia?
Mimi ukinisaidia vile unataka, mimi nitakujenga.
There are rumors that you have another family.
Well, this is my family and I think it's one.
Senior Sergeant Farah, you're in charge of the team.
Hey, what's up, people? My name is DJ Tabs, the head girl, your #1 female gospel DJ. You can catch me every Saturday from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. as I bring you the best of the best in gospel music. The show is The Backyard Live. Unapenda local, nitakuchezea. Unapenda African, nitakuchezea. Unapenda reggae, buo, mimi ndio plug wako. Catch me, remember, with Jay Fontana every Saturday at 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Tutakuwa na even your favorite gospel artist. Kumbuka kuokoka, sio kuboeka. #The Backyard Live.
Years on when I far and asunder, parted are those who are singing today. Mwanaume anakutandika
Sasa ndio maana
Inatandikwa,
you use
you're
your
pulled
wings.
into the house while you're very
You didn't
busy.
even know what was happening.
Yeah, you're there.
Kwa nini unatandikwa?
Ati open this door. Mlango inafunguliwa. Bunge la mtu ndio hiyo. Anakuvuta ndani, anafunga mlango.
Alafu umechapwa.
Unachapwa until you're senseless.
Naandika ivaska niko na njaa, nenda kupika bila makaa, nawaita na mnakataa, mnasema pop culture ni ya mavijana, kushiba ni baada ya sala. Ni aje watu njua kale na una watch pop culture na mrembo Adhiambo, au sio? KBC, sigusi udai mtu wangu.
Good afternoon. You're still watching KBC Channel 1. Now let's have a look at what is happening within the Central Business District on the third round of the opposition-led demos. Taking you to Central Police Station and its environs. I hand you over to Zainab Said to bring us up to speed with the activities around that particular area. Good afternoon, Zainab. How does it look?
Afternoon, Manyara. Yes, as you rightly put it, we are coming live from University Way. We've been a few moments ago. We were at the Central Police Station. There are no activities to report. Actually, just police officers at the station manning the station with no more activities going on. There's nothing. We haven't seen anyone being brought at the station, maybe from demonstration or anything. And now, as we speak, we are currently on the University Way. We are here. We've been witnessing just normal traffic flow, though there are no vehicles, heavy traffic here, but it's just normal traffic. Very few or countable public service vehicles and also personal vehicles, but mostly we've seen a lot of motorbikes. The ones who are just moving on here, maybe ferrying people or goods from one place to another. Remember, this road is joining or linking Thika Road or all those users of Wayaki Way and also linking to Mombasa Road. So as we speak here, there are no much activities. Also, there are no people. Actually, no. We haven't seen a lot of people on the road. Just few, but we also see. We have also seen police officers just maybe. Spot checking, just ensuring that there is enough security for those who are going on with their daily activities. As I mentioned, number of vehicles for public and also private, there are very few, but there's nothing that we have seen that is unusual. Though the traffic is not, on a normal day, it will be very busy. It being a highway, it will be very busy. But today, there are few vehicles here. As I had mentioned earlier, we were at the police station there, and the police were saying that it's just a normal day for them. Their colleagues have gone out just to ensure that the security in other places. But at the station, we didn't witness anything that was there that was unusual. So it's from here at the Central Police and the environs, the activities are just normal activities for today here. And also even as on the roads, we've seen just few people moving, mostly students from the university and also just those who are just going into town to do their business. But everything is calm. People are going on with their activities. Those who managed to come to town today are just going on with their activities, and nothing unusual from this side of Central Police and the environments. Back to you in Studio Manyara.
Thank you, Zainab, for that update in regard to what is happening around that particular area. If it was on any other normal Thursday, that would be an area that would be a beehive of activity, a mixture of, those who are coming to report cases to the Central Business District, those who are attending the university, as well as those who are moving into Moi Avenue, as well as Koinange Street there to go about their businesses. But being is the third round of the opposition-led demonstrations that is taking place today, well, a majority of Kenyans, it seems, that have opted to either stay home or are employing a wait-and-see approach in regard to coming to the Central Business District. Now, these particular demos there have already been outlawed by the government, with yesterday Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki saying that given that he outlawed the demonstrations, saying that whether they were on notice or not, that they are a disturbance to public peace there and have been turning out to be violent. We're also going to be keeping tabs on what is happening other than just the Central Business District and various strategic areas. Since Monday last week, when this particular protest began, we saw the opposition leaders driving Kenyans, especially in areas, Kawangware, Mathare, Kibra and such. We're going to be keeping tabs to see if this is a stand that it's going to take today. But now let me take you to further to we go to Jacaranda Gardens there. We have a reporter on ground.
Shukran za dhati mwenzangu Regina Manyara. Hizi ni picha za moja kwa moja ambazo unazipata kutoka uwanja wa Jacaranda hapa Nairobi. Kumbuka uwanja wa Jacaranda hapa Nairobi ni maarufu sana, hususan katika mikutano ya kisiasa ya muungano wa Azimio la Kenya, muungano wa Azimio ambao mara nyingi wamekuwa wakifanya mikutano yao katika uwanja huu wa Jacaranda. Kwa hivyo hii leo basi tukasema tuweze kutembea katika uwanja huu wa Jacaranda kuweza kujua hali hiko namna gani. Na tulipofika hapa tuliweza kuona maafisa wa polisi wameweza kuzingira uwanja huu wa Jacaranda kutoka pande zote nne. Upande wa mwanzo unapoingia utapata maafisa wa polisi ambao wameweza kukita kambi pale. Hao ni maafisa wa GSU, wanakuuliza unakwenda wapi. Ikiwa basi unaingia katika uwanja na kuelekea upande ule mwingine, wanakuambia moja kwa moja enda hadi mwisho. Kwa hivyo ni shughuli ambayo imekuwa ikiendelea kuanzia asubuhi na hadi sasa bado tunaona tu ndani yake kuna maafisa wa GSU ambao wapo wamekita kambi katikati mwa uwanja huu kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna makundi ambayo yanaweza kujikusanya na kwenda labda na kuweza kufanya jambo ambalo huenda wao wanaona kwamba ni kinyume cha sheria. Na wenyeji hapa wanaonekana angalia tu kwa pembeni, wanaonekana pia wao pia wanaonekana kukaa pembeni mwa uwanja huu wa Jacaranda kutaka tu kujua itakuwa kwendaje, kwa sababu unakuta kwamba hakuna makabiliano kati yao na maafisa wa GSU. Wao tu wanaonekana kutupa macho kuangalia tu mambo yanavyoendelea, lakini hakuna ule mshikamano ama ule msukumo ambao tumeweza kushuhudia katika maeneo mengine hapo awali. Manake mara nyingi huwa tunashuhudia maafisa wa polisi wakiweza kukabiliana na wananchi, lakini hapa uwanja huu unaonekana tu kumetulia. Maafisa wa polisi wapo, wenyeji wapo tu ndio, lakini hawapo hapa kuweza kufanya labda maandamano ama kuweza kushinikiza maafisa wa polisi kuingia katika uwanja huu, lakini wanaonekana tu kuzingira tu uwanja huu pembeni kutaka kuangalia tu ni nini ambacho kinaendelea. Kumbuka kwamba huu ni uwanja ambao mara nyingi umeweza kufanywa kuwa eneo ambalo mkutano wa muungano wa Azimio umekuwa ukifanya mikutano yake ya kisiasa. Kwa hivyo maafisa wa polisi katika ile hali tu ya kupiga doria wamekuwa wakiona kwamba huenda labda wale viongozi wa Azimio wataweza kufanya mkutano wao wa kisiasa hapa. Kumbuka kwamba viongozi wa Azimio mara nyingi hawajasema kwa wazi kabisa ni maeneo gani ambayo watakuwa wanazingira ama ni maeneo gani ambayo watakuwa wanazunguka na kufanya mikutano yao ya kisiasa. Kwa hivyo hii tu ikiwa ni mojawapo ya maeneo ambayo wanafahamika sana kuzuru, maafisa wa polisi wameonelea ni wazi na ni bayana na ni vyema sana wao kupiga kambi tu katika eneo hili kuhakikisha kwamba iwapo kuna jambo lolote ambalo litaweza kutokea, wao wataweza kukabiliana na wenyeji hapa. Nakumbuka kwamba hii inajiri tu saa chache baada ya gavana wa kaunti ya Nairobi kupiga marufuku maandamano. Tumeona hapo jana gavana wa Nairobi ameweza kusema kwamba maandamano yamepigwa marufuku katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Na katika harakati tu ya kuja katika uwanja huu wa Jacaranda, tumeweza kupitia baadhi ya maeneo katika tu eneo hili la Eastlands kuweza kujua mambo ni vipi. Tumeweza kuzuru eneo la Pipeline, tumeweza kuzuru eneo la Donholm na kufika hapa Jacaranda. Hayo maeneo yote tumeweza kutembea tu, kuweza kutupa macho. Tumeona kwamba shughuli za kawaida zinaonekana tu kuendelea. Wenyeji wanaonekana tu kuwa wachache, lakini wanachapa shughuli zao. Maafisa wa usalama wanaonekana tu kuzunguka na kupiga doria kuhakikisha kwamba iwapo labda jambo lolote litaweza kutokea, wataweza kukabiliana nalo. Lakini kwa sasa ni hayo tu, bado sisi tumekita kambi katika uwanja huu wa Jacaranda kuweza tu kutaka kujua mambo yatakaoenda namna gani, kwa sababu hii ni nyakati za mapema kidogo na huenda labda wakati wowote kukatokea jambo, na bila shaka kukitokea jambo tutaweza kuwataarifisha watazamaji wetu. Mimi sina la ziada kwako Regina.
Na Ben Chumba kwa taarifa hiyo, kwa kutueleza hali ilivyo kwa uwanja wa Jacaranda. We'll continue keeping tabs on other areas of the country on the third round of opposition-led demonstrations that have already been termed as illegal. Now we want to take you to another area where we have our reporters who are on standby to bring you up to speed in regard to the developments in as far as the opposition-led demonstrations are concerned. We want to take you to Mombasa.
Well, Manyara, good afternoon. Once more, we are back again just to bring you up to speed on the happenings in the coastal city of Mombasa County. And things are just normal, as we had put it earlier on. Just traffic flowing in the normal way. Nothing to be reported on demonstrations as anti-government protests are on in other parts of the country. Here in Mombasa, we are just calm. Everything is okay. And where I'm standing right now, I am at the Mwembe Tayari roundabout. This is the roundabout which connects areas from Mikindani. That's the other part from the western part of the Mombasa County, and also other parts right behind me. This road heads all the way to the Digo Road where I was earlier on in the morning, and the road which you are seeing here right now. This is from here on this roundabout. We head on to Jomo Kenyatta Avenue, which stretches all the way to the Makupa Causeway. And the pictures we're seeing right on your screen, Manyara, right now, the normal traffic flow as the cars head all the way to the Kenyatta Avenue, stretching all the way to the Makupa Causeway. And a spot check we did earlier on, just after we are from the Digo Road, just everything is calm, nothing to report on matters disruption, everything is fine. And as you can see from those pictures, just residents carrying on with their normal activities. Businesses are on, they were up and running as early as 5 a.m. And some of the retailers of which we had talked earlier on, or engaged rather, just told us they are anticipating this normalcy to continue all the day long. They are anticipating more calmness and nothing to worry about. Just some of the retailers we had engaged earlier on say that they had opened their businesses, but the flow of customers is not as that normal. There's just a snail pace, but nothing to worry about. And on matters as schools, we had just passed across. I did a spot check on some of the schools. Everything is fine. Situation is calm. Pupils are on with their learning, nothing to worry about. And just Some minutes back, police officers or a contingent of police officers were around just doing their normal patrol. Nothing to worry about. The situation is calm, and as it is the Ramadan time, we're expecting any time from now we'll be seeing a number of Muslims going to the prayer, and that what you have heard right now is from the mosque just right behind me, calling for the time of prayer, this time of the afternoon, and nothing to worry about. All is well, and as they are saying, as they are carrying on with this holy month of Ramadan, they are just happy with the calmness being experienced in Mombasa County, despite the anti-government protests being experienced in other parts of the country. But so far, Manyara, nothing to worry about, and we'll be bringing you up to speed in case of any events unfolding in Mombasa County. But so far, calmness. What you are seeing around here is just people carrying on with their normal activities. And right just behind, if my cameraman will just show across, that is the bus station, the Kobili bus station, with cars heading to Nairobi, Taita Taveta, and other parts of the country. We are talking to motorists earlier on, and they say that their businesses are up and running as normal. Those who had booked their tickets, they are just coming and embarking on their journeys. Nothing to worry about. All the way as they are going to their destinations. Nothing has been reported so far, just to this or any matter of or any cases of disruptions haven't been reported so far. So Manyara, that's all we have from Mombasa County. Calmness being experienced over here, and we'll be back to you later on in the course of the day, just to bring you up to speed in case of anything or the events unfolding in Mombasa County. Back to you, Manyara.
Thank you, Modiga, for that particular update. It seems there's a calm before the storm, given from our experience covering this particular opposition-led demonstrations. From around 2 p.m. is when we expect, activity around this particular demos. We're borrowing heavily from what we saw on Monday and also the previous Monday there, where activities began, or rather activities begin in earnest at 2 p.m. thereafter. For now, it's a sluggish activity as far as the protests and demos are concerned, with a heavy presence of security. We have checked what was happening at the CBD University roundabout, so to speak, as well as Jacaranda. Heavy presence there. That is an update from Mombasa, indicating that business is ongoing as normal, despite Mombasa considered a stronghold of the opposition there, going by the voting trends there that we saw in the last polls and also in the preceding polls there. But now things are calm, business is normal. We're also going to be keeping tabs on various parts of the country, including Kisumu, where if you look at what is happening on social media, especially Twitter, we are seeing, photos and short videos that have been shared by Kenyans there, indicating that the protest started way earlier than the other parts of the country there. Tires, an indication we've seen tires being burnt there. We've seen several leaders who've come out to also participate in these particular demos. Yesterday, we had a back and forth statement from Kisumu Governor Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, who had earlier on banned the demonstrations, but in a change of mind, trying maybe a balancing act between ensuring that his electorate are comfortable, given that Kisumu is a stronghold of opposition leader Raila Odinga. He changed tact and said that then Kenyans, his constituents there from Kisumu County, are at liberty to participate in the ongoing demos, albeit remaining within the confines of the law. So let it be peaceful. This was a decision that he came to yesterday, while in Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja adamantly said that he has banned demonstrations within the county. We'll be keeping tabs to see if indeed at 2 p.m. things will have changed in the Central Business District, where our reporters are reporting no activity in as far as the opposition-led demonstrations are concerned. However, there is a heavy presence of security personnel, and from as early as 6 a.m. when we started our broadcast, it's indicated that the contingent of security officers have been placed in various strategic places across the Central Business District, especially routes leading to State House, given that opposition leader Raila Odinga has been quoted not once but severally during this particular process, saying that at the end of this particular demos, that particular petition is going to be delivered at State House. As we know, no one who is unauthorized can access State House Road or State House Road Avenue or even the Arboretum Drive. There you are asked exactly where you're going to identify yourself. Then the police manning those particular spots are deciding whether you drive through or you use an alternative route. In CBD, few businesses are open, but no sign of skirmish or chaos that was witnessed last Monday, and we hope that this is going to remain so. Security personnel indicating that protests are not going to be happening within the Central Business District. So it is a wait and see for security personnel as well as ourselves as media, who are ready to bring you updates in regard to this particular matter. We are going to be going to Kisumu there, where we're going to be joined by Achola Simon, who is going to be bringing us up to speed in how things are looking in Kisumu. Also at around 2 p.m., we're going to take you back to Mombasa County. As alluded by my colleague Junei Karisa there, they are waiting the chief guest, that is none other than Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who is going to be flagging off a number of seafarers who are going to be getting on board ocean-bound vessels after training at the Bandari Training College there, a college that has been set up to enable, young people secure jobs within the hospitality industry as a form of also tapping the blue economy sector that is underutilized, so to speak. Looking at the 2019 statistics, it indicated that only 8%, we only harnessed 8% of what we could in as far as the maritime sector is concerned. That is going to be coming up at 2 p.m. We're also going to be looking at the ripple effect of these particular demos led by the opposition to the economy. Businesses have closed. Those who are going to school, a majority of college within the Central Business District, have shied away from attending classes. The ripple effect of having these particular demos, and also looking at, is it affecting even trading in the Nairobi Bourse? That is going to be coming up as we proceed with this particular coverage. We also encourage your feedback. We look forward to sampling your feedback in this particular coverage. You can get us on Twitter at KBC Channel 1. I understand my colleague Simon Achola is on standby to bring us up to speed with what is happening in Kisumu County. Good afternoon, Achola, to you.
Good afternoon to you, Regina Manyara. Indeed, we are in Kisumu County, and where I am standing, I'm actually standing along the Kakamega-Kisumu Road, just next to Kibuye Market, one of the largest open-air market in this region now. The last 2 weeks or 2 days of maandamano here in Kisumu, this has been literally a no-go zone, with youths drawn from informal settlements not far away from where we are, gathering here and of course barricading the road and pushing the police towards the CBD. Today the police have been very strategic in terms of ensuring that they push them backwards towards Kondele, where we are standing is not far away from Patel roundabout, and that is where the action has always been, where youth have actually been engaging the police, pushing them all towards town, and of course police again repulsing them towards this side. As of now, you will be asking yourself if, given what had actually happened yesterday in terms of the leadership of Kisumu County calling off the maandamano today, and shortly after suspending that suspension they had actually, or retracting that suspension they had actually issued, is have they participated in these demonstrations as they usually do? The answer is we saw some of elected leaders in Kisumu County participating in the demonstrations. They actually gathered with Wanainchi at Kondele roundabout, which is not far away from where we are, and they managed to snake through this road with the demonstrators all the way to the Patel's roundabout, which is not far away from where we are standing, about 50 meters. And then from there, what they did is that they did talk to the journalists, so that then, not journalists, but actually the demonstrators, so that then they divert on your left towards Moi Stadium and towards Nyamasari. Of course, pockets of the demonstrators refused to actually go that route and stayed put on that roundabout, but majority of them went that side. And what we've also seen is that a number of demonstrators have actually taken small positions, and they are actually engaging demonstrators here and there. But nonetheless, Regina, the situation remains the same in terms of businesses being closed today. Not very many businesses have actually opened in town. The only positive thing that we've actually seen has been the fact that people have been actually allowed in the CBD. When you look at border riders have actually been allowed into CBD. Some hawkers have actually been allowed into the CBD, and of course some shops have actually been partially opened in terms of waiting to see what exactly happened, but a better part of them have not opened for obvious reasons. Professor Peter Nyang' Nyong'o, while reacting to his decision yesterday of suspending and of course retracting that suspension, he said that the initial decision had actually been advised by what had happened on Monday, where one person was killed, 2 critically injured, and a number arrested. And he felt that given the situation, it was right to actually suspend the demonstrations in the CBD. But of course, he says that it is a delicate balancing act between fighting for human rights and of course also ensuring that the business community is actually well taken care of in terms of ensuring that they can actually do their businesses as much as whoever wants to demonstrate can actually demonstrate. What he came out strongly was that he called on the locals who will actually be demonstrating, coming out to participate in the demonstrations, to ensure that they do so peacefully. Peacefully has been very alien since morning, since most of the youth that have actually turned up have actually been engaging the police in running battles. They've actually been pushed all the way, and as you can actually see behind me, you can actually see the smoke actually billowing. That is the smoke of tires that have actually been burned, but also tear gas that is actually being thrown at the youth who actually been gathering and actually participating in the demonstrations. So of course, Regina, we will be keeping a keen eye on what will be happening here in Kisumu County, just to get to understand what will be happening. I'll also give you an update of what is happening on the major roads leading in and out of Kisumu. We are on Kakamega Road. You can actually see that there's no incoming traffic or outgoing traffic. We also know that Busia Kisumu Road, there's also been barricades along that route, and especially at the airport area, where it has actually been very difficult for those who actually want to come into Kisumu, or actually those who want to go out. And of course also at Nyamasaria, where we actually saw the governor leading the demonstrations on Monday, we are also told that youths have actually barricaded the road. The police are actually doing the best they can in terms of pushing them outside town, but also ensuring that they actually open the roads. If you actually looked at this road on Monday, probably all these spaces were actually filled with stones, and they had actually barricaded and ensured that they're actually lighting bonfires along the route. But today, the picture is pretty much different, not good, but not as worse as it was on Monday. So, Regina Manyara, that is what is happening here in Kisumu County. We'll keep tabs with each and everything that will actually be happening, and no doubt, of course, we will ensure that our viewers and listeners get first-hand information of what is happening here in Kisumu County.
Achola Simon, thank you very much for that update from Kisumu City there. And I like that you've said it's not gotten worse yet. And from one journalist to another, I want to remind you that your safety comes first. That is just an update of what is happening in Kisumu County there, with security officers having managed to repel some of the rowdy youth there, given the utterances that were made by the governor there yesterday. Earlier, he had outlawed these particular demonstrations, but in an intricate balance between, human rights versus the needs of the business community. Well, he said they can protest. Those who want to protest, they can protest, however, peacefully. But from what we've heard from Kisumu, it is far from peaceful, but the security officers are on hand to ensure that anyone who does anything contrary to that then is actually stopped at their tracks. We'll continue keeping tabs not only on Kisumu, but also various parts of the country. And we want to take you to area where we are joined by Andrew to bring us up to speed with what is happening. Good afternoon, Andrew. How are you?
Naam, Regina, na kupata vizuri sana kukiwa pale studio. Tumekita kambi hapa katika eneo la Processional Way. Tuko katika barabara hii ya Processional Way ambayo inaunganisha moja kwa moja katika ikulu ya hapa Nairobi. Tumekita kambi kutoka mida ya saa 4 kutoka asubuhi katika kuangazia ni kitu gani ambacho kinafanyika katika eneo hili. Ikumbuke kwamba barabara hii ya Processional Way ni mkabala tu na mkahawa wa Serena, na uchunguzi wetu umetuonyesha kwamba ukiangalia tu hakuna shughuli zinaendelea kufanyika, ila kwa kadri usalama pia umeimarishwa katika kila kona na katika kila barabara ambayo inaunganisha ikulu ya Nairobi. Tumekuwa tukifanya utafiti na kufanya matembezi yetu hapa na pale. Hakikisho ni kwamba utulivu unaonekana katika eneo hili, na vile vile vitengo vya usalama vimetiwa kila kona na kila barabara ambayo inaunganisha ikulu ya Nairobi, katika kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna vurugu ambayo inafanyika eneo hili na shughuli nzima. Na vile vile ijulikane kwamba kama mpiga picha wangu anaweza kuangazia upande ule mwingine, ile ni barabara ya Kenyatta Avenue ambayo vile vile inaunganisha Nyerere Road, kisha Processional Way na barabara zote zinazounganisha ikulu ya Nairobi. Kuna vitengo pia vya usalama vimetiwa kila sehemu, kila kona, katika kuhakikisha kwamba hapa kuna utulivu wa kupindukia. Na vile vile watu ambao wanaonekana kupita kila sehemu hapa ni wachache mno kuliko ukilinganisha na siku zingine. Kwa hiyo inakuashiria kwamba watu leo ambao wameingia mjini ni wachache, na ambao wanatumia barabara hii vile vile ni wachache. Lakini pia kumbuke kwamba afisi nyingi tu zinaonekana kama zimefungwa, na nafikiri kuhakikisha kwamba pia usalama unaendelea katika eneo hili, ama vile vile kwa sababu ya kuogopa. Lakini pia mtazamaji, ni vizuri kujulikana kwamba katika hii barabara hii ya Processional Way ambayo inaunganisha moja kwa moja hadi ikulu ya hapa Nairobi imefungwa kwa sasa. Kwa hiyo hakuna gari lolote ambalo linaruhusiwa kupitia barabara hii. Nafikiri tu kulingana na vitengo vya usalama wamesema kwamba ni kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna vurugu ambao inatokea, utovu wa nidhamu unatekelezwa ipasavyo. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa tunakuletea habari hizi moja kwa moja kadri zinavyochipuka kuhusiana na hali ambayo itakuwa inaendelea katika eneo hili la kuelekea State House au hata katika eneo la Serena, kulingana na matokeo ambayo yatakuwa yanafanyika siku nzima. Regina.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for that particular update in regard to the routes and roads that all lead to State House there. All of them have been secured, and access is to only those who are expected or should be using that particular road. We'll continue keeping tabs in our subsequent bulletins there to just bring you up to speed as the opposition-led demos enter round 3. We have covered this from last week Monday as well as this week on Monday, and today being Thursday, we're still going to be keeping tabs on that particular development. In other developing news is that President William Ruto is back in the country after a 4-day tour of Germany and Belgium. That is going to be coming up in not too long as we speak news with Nisi Imano on Lunchtime News. You're watching KBC Channel 1 and I am Regina Manyara. I wish you a pleasant viewing ahead.